Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Diversity Summit, presented by the Association for New Canadians. My name is Renata Lang, a Business Diversity Officer with the ANC. We are so pleased that you could join us today to promote multiculturalism and anti-racism in businesses and communities in our province. We promise today is going to be nothing short of diverse, inclusive, fascinating, and lots of fun. We're starting the event with a land acknowledgement performed by Tilak Chawan, ANC's Child and Youth Programs Coordinator.
In recognizing that this is a virtual event, we respectfully acknowledge the island of Newfoundland as the ancestral homelands of the Mi'kmaq and the Beothuk. We would also like to recognize the Inuit of Nunatsiavut and Nunatukavut, the Innu of Ninatsinan, and their ancestors as the original people of Labrador. We strive for respectful relationships with all the peoples of the province as we search for collective healing and true reconciliation and honor this beautiful land together.
Thank you, Tilak. For over 40 years, the ANC has been providing settlement services to newcomers in Newfoundland and Labrador by the way of language training, resettlement supports, child and youth programs, diversity training, and more. As some of you may know, our 2020 summit was supposed to take place on March 19th at the St. John's Farmers Market. However, due to COVID-19, ANC postponed the event. With the global movement of Black Lives Matter and much discussion in the province around racism and discrimination, we felt it was especially important to revive and adapt this event for an online platform and to have those important conversations that need to happen now. So the theme for today's virtual summit is promoting multiculturalism and anti-racism in businesses and communities in Newfoundland and Labrador. Today, you're going to hear from two guest speakers, both addressing pertinent issues in the province today, Indigenous affairs and human rights. We have three panel discussion covering a wide range of topics, including the anti-racism movement, the importance of multiculturalism, and stories from immigrant entrepreneurs. We're so pleased that you could join us, holding this event in a pan-provincial virtual manner. Originally, the in-person event was scheduled during NL's Multicultural Week in March, but now that it's being held in June, we're also going to acknowledge two very special days that happened earlier this week: World Refugee Day on June 20th and National Indigenous Peoples Day on June 21st. Both of these momentous occasions are applicable to the summit as we recognize the contribution of these groups and celebrate the importance of multiculturalism in the mosaic of our province. Finally, it's Pride Month, acknowledging sexual and gender diversity of those in our community. To start today's events, I now welcome ANC's Executive Director, Megan Morris.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you here today to the 2020 Diversity Summit, promoting multiculturalism and anti-racism in businesses and communities in Newfoundland and Labrador. My name is Megan Morris, and I'm the Executive Director of the Association for New Canadians. We're delighted to be able to host our 12th Annual Diversity Summit as an online event. Interestingly enough, since we've moved to the remote operations, we've seen quite an uptake in our services. And we've certainly seen an increase in workshop participation throughout the province. For over 40 years, the association has worked with a broad array of stakeholders to support newcomers and to promote the value and importance of immigration in our province. As a key part of our mandate is to facilitate the successful inclusion and integration of newcomers, and the Diversity Training Initiative is essential in helping us achieve this goal. Today's event promises to offer engaging discussions on the contribution that immigration plays in supporting the sustainability of businesses, communities, and indeed our province. In drawing upon the lived experiences of participants and by sharing stories of diversity champions, we hope that today's summit will help increase awareness of anti-racism and promote the value of an inclusive and welcoming community. I want to conclude by acknowledging and thanking our funders, the federal and provincial governments. Their support for this event and indeed for our diversity training initiative in general has been tremendous, and we greatly appreciate the contributions they've made over the years. We have a great lineup of speakers today, and we have a very engaging agenda, so I know we'll have some spirited discussions, and I look forward to participating. I wish you a very enjoyable day, and I'm going to turn it over to our team to kickstart the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, for joining us. We'll now begin the main content of our summit with our first guest speaker. Catherine Anderson is the Special Advisor to the President on Indigenous Affairs at Memorial University. As a proud Inuk woman, preserving and celebrating her culture and the cultures of all Indigenous peoples are things she strives for in all aspects of her work and life. Catherine has significant experience working with the Nunavut government in roles related to the implementation of the Labrador Inuit Claims Agreement and language revitalization strategies for Northern Labrador. Previously, Catherine worked as a language program coordinator and subsequently as director of the Tornagasuk Cultural Centre in Nain and with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in St. John's. Her master's degree in linguistics focused on Inuktitut, a dialect spoken by Labrador's Inuit people. Born in Makovik, she now lives in St. John's. Catherine will be taking questions from the audience after her talk, and you can submit questions via ANC's Twitter or Facebook Messenger. Additionally, submitting through our email diversity@ancnl.ca. Please welcome Catherine Anderson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to join you today. It's a real pleasure, honor to hear you all and be with you today, be here with you. As was said in the introduction, I'm an Inuk from Nunatsiavut. Like I said, it's a real pleasure and a real honor to be here with you all today. This is such an important topic, especially in light of what's happening in our province, in our country, and around the world today. It's, I think, critical that we have these conversations and these what I would like to talk about today is about Indigenous peoples here in Newfoundland and Labrador, and and across the country, but focused here in Newfoundland and Labrador, and talk about some of the things we've been doing to fight for recognition and fight for rights in our traditional territory. In diversity, so there's great diversity amongst Indigenous peoples in Newfoundland and Labrador and across the country. Generally, we look at three distinct groups of Indigenous peoples: First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And there's diversity amongst each of those groups as well. Here in Newfoundland and Labrador, we have in Newfoundland, the Mi'kmaq. We also recognize the Beothuk as they were one of the original peoples of this place. Sadly, the last known Beothuk died in the 19th century. In Labrador, we also have First Nations and Inuit. The Innu of Natwashish and Shahajit are, I guess, would fall under the First Nations. And there are Inuit in Nunatsiavut and Nunatuhavut. All of these groups have been fighting for recognition and rights for decades. A lot of Indigenous movements began across the country, really kind of came together in the 1970s. And here in Newfoundland and Labrador, a number of people from multiple Indigenous groups came together to have those discussions and approach the federal government for recognition. There has been a long history of Indigenous erasure here in Newfoundland and Labrador. When Newfoundland joined Confederation in 1949, Indigenous peoples essentially were penciled out of the terms of union, and it actually stated that there are no natives in Newfoundland. This has caused ongoing problems for Indigenous peoples in Newfoundland and Labrador. In terms of our history and what's taught in our curriculum, both in the school system for K to 12, and as well at universities, these pieces have a big impact on what people are learning. So for years, the Mi'kmaq had to fight to be recognized by the governments, the provincial government and the federal government. And there has been ongoing racism against the Mi'kmaq and against Indigenous peoples in Labrador for some of these reasons. Recently, you may have heard in the news a lot of conversation around Discovery Day. This was the Discovery Day holiday falls on June 24th. It thankfully has now been changed by the province, the provincial government, as well as numerous other bodies. So the university also changed the name of the Discovery Day holiday. And the city of St. John's did this a couple of years ago. I think it's important to have those conversations and to understand why we need to change names of holidays and other things to better reflect the true history of our province and the peoples here. I think a lot of people didn't and don't understand what is meant by a name like Discovery Day for this holiday. And so I think when conversations like that happen, it becomes evident that there is a lot of deep-seated racism, because you hear those conversations or those comments and those ideas surfacing when we have conversations like that. So I think education plays a key role in helping to, I guess, change people's understanding of our history and also helping us move forward in a better way. You don't need to look very far to see a lot of anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism in our province, and in our places of work, etc. So one of the things that I'd just like to quickly mention is that at Memorial, we are currently working on a strategic framework for indigenization. And the framework sets out a number of recommendations to work towards integrating Indigenous ways of knowing, being, and doing within the institution at every level, not just in what we're teaching. So that plays a key role. So what's taught in the courses, what programs we have, what pedagogical methods are used to teach those courses. But it's also important to look at other structures within the institution. So everything from governance right down to policies, and in terms of the physical space on our campuses, what that looks like, so that we can see Indigenous peoples represented in our spaces and places. So the framework has been drafted. It's up for consultation, and I'm hoping that by the fall we'll have the final version that will be ready to be approved. It's really an exciting time to be working on this and to be seeing this, to see this come forward at the university. I just recall a conference that I went to a couple of years ago, and a student who was at one of the universities in British Columbia spoke and talked about his experience coming to Canada as a student from the Middle East, and coming to Canada and wanting to get the full experience of learning about Canada's history, learning about the people of Canada. And what he found was that Indigenous peoples, so the original peoples of this place, were not well represented in what was being taught about Canada. And I think that is something that is critically important to remedy. And as Shawneen Pete, a scholar from the prairies, a Cree scholar, said that this is something that through the years, Indigenous peoples have been erased from the curriculum. So we have all been structurally denied the opportunity to learn about Indigenous peoples, to learn about the history, the cultures, the achievements of Indigenous peoples. And I think as we move forward and talk about diversity and multiculturalism, that will play a key part in understanding this history, this country better, and the peoples of this country. I think I will leave it at that for now, and I would be more than happy to take questions or hear any comments from anyone. So I'll pass it over to John, I guess, who will be handling the questions. Thank you. So the question is, who or which organizations have the responsibility to nurture the relationships between Indigenous and settlers and newcomers? That is a great question. One of the things, and I think that's everyone, the Truth and Reconciliation, actually June 2015, so it's the 5-year anniversary this month of the release of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report. So the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was established to look at the history and legacy of the Indian residential school system. This was a provision that came out of the Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement. So a number of Indigenous peoples right across the country filed a class action lawsuit against the federal government for the existence and their experiences in the residential schools from the 1870s right up until the last school closed in 1996 in British Columbia. The TRC not only shone a light on that part of our history, but it also outlined 94 calls to action. And they were very specific in calling them calls to action and not simply recommendations, because they called on governments at every level, the federal government, the provincial government, municipal governments, Indigenous governments. They called on churches, they called on the media, they called on post-secondary institutions to do the work that needs to be done towards reconciliation. So building those relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. And so I think there are systems in place that are responsible. There are systemic changes that need to happen. But I think individually, we all have a role to play in, as the question said, in nurturing those relationships between Indigenous settlers and newcomers. The next question is, as a newcomer, where can I begin with my connection to the Inuit community and their histories? Another great question. I think it's a lot of this stems from participating in events when they happen. So the First Light Friendship Center offers events throughout the year. And they provide, and they're open to everyone. It's not just for Indigenous peoples. They are open to everyone in this community. I think that is a great place to start, showing up and participating in events. There's a lot online as a starting point to learn. I think it's important to do some work before you try to make those connections. So some work in terms of educating oneself and having some understanding of the history and the peoples. And there are lots of people on social media these days. So, you know, if you have a Facebook account or a Twitter account or an Instagram account, there are some amazing Indigenous individuals who are very active on social media. So that's another place to go. Another question is, what programs is Memorial University offering to educate students, and especially international students, about the history and culture of Indigenous peoples? It's a good question. Memorial right now has we have the Indigenous Student Resource Center and the Internationalization Office. So we are beginning to work together to create some programs for those connections between Indigenous and international students. I think it's critical that those connections, we create space for those connections to happen. So I was really happy to see those two offices come together. Now, there was a retreat planned for Indigenous and international students, and that was delayed, unfortunately, due to things being shut down for COVID-19. But we're hoping that once things are back to normal, people are back on campus, that we'll be able to resume some of those initiatives. But that's a great question. Let me also just say that in terms of educating, there's more that can be done, and we recognize that. And we are working on that as an institution to better educate students, faculty, and staff around Indigenous peoples. This is a great question. What has been the most rewarding change you've witnessed during your career, and the most rewarding at Memorial? That is a great question. The most rewarding change that I've witnessed during my career, I think it would have to be, what's coming to mind for me right now is the release of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report, and it being people and institutions and governments. Now, this didn't happen at first. So the summary report came out in 2015, June of 2015. And there wasn't a huge uptake within the university. There was a lot of conversation happening around that, and that was really good to see. But I think in the year that followed, there was more conversation, there was more willingness to look at what we can be doing within institutions, within governments, to address those calls to action. 20 years ago, actually 24 years ago in 1996, there was a report from the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. You'll hear it called RCAP. So RCAP came out, and not a whole lot came out of RCAP. And there wasn't the same kind of conversation that was happening as there was around the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report. So I think seeing those conversations, seeing people open up to being more willing to integrate those things, integrate in those conversations into what they're doing. I think that would probably be my answer for both of them. The most rewarding change I've witnessed during my career and at Memorial. The next question, what messages would you give to any other community organizations that serve marginalized and diverse ethnic groups to collaboratively promote and support Indigenous and Inuit learning with their members? Another great question. I think making space and understanding diversity is critically important, but Indigenous peoples are the original peoples of this land. So recognizing traditional territories, recognizing Indigenous histories, and so making space and including Indigenous peoples in programming. I think making space is very important, and educating the clients and members that you serve around Indigenous peoples, and supporting other Indigenous organizations. I know that a lot of these community organizations are nonprofit organizations, and so it can be challenging sometimes to for example, to create, multiple partnerships. I know First Light is extremely busy. They've grown immensely in the last decade, and they are doing incredible work. So I would be careful to say, look to partner, because it's very challenging when you have, a number of organizations or people looking to do that. But again, they have in normal times really fantastic events during Indigenous Peoples Day, which we just celebrated on Sunday past. And in the fall, they have an incredible event, Spirit Song. So I would suggest, supporting those things and making space. It's wonderful to learn that Memorial University is developing inclusive frameworks. Will there be an opportunity for alumni to comment on them and be supportive? Absolutely. The framework is available online. So if you went to www.mun.ca/Aboriginal_affairs, the link to the framework is there, as well as to a supporting document that provides some background information on the concepts of indigenization, decolonization, and reconciliation. So the framework is for indigenization, but it's not all about indigenization. Indigenization needs to be led by Indigenous peoples, but there's a lot of work that settler and non-Indigenous scholars can do to support that work. And that includes the work of decolonizing, and looking at what we can all do around reconciliation. Yes, it's available on that website. The framework is there, and we are accepting feedback until July 23rd, and that can be submitted by email to sfi@mun.ca, and we welcome all feedback. I think I have about 4 minutes left. So if there's one more question, I'd be happy to take it. And if not, I'd like to thank you all for being here today. And it was a real pleasure. One last question came through, and it is, how do you recommend we continue this work of reconciliation? It's a great question. Reconciliation, I think we need to be careful how we, that it's not just a buzzword. I've heard a lot of people say that we have to be careful reconciliation doesn't become just a buzzword. I've heard Chief Littlechild, who was one of the TRC commissioners, talking about reconciliation and how reconciliation, there are conversations that need to happen around reconciliation, but we need to make sure that it's about action as well. And another of the TRC commissioners, Marie Wilson, also talked about that the importance of continuing that conversation, that we can't get tired of hearing about reconciliation. It's not an Aboriginal or Indigenous issue. It's an issue that we all need to play a role in. And so, even if it's just taking some time, throughout the week or once a week or once a month to learn something new about Indigenous peoples, that will help in having these conversations and creating a more educated places of work, places of learning. And I think back to something that was a motto of a school that I went to. How can there be peace and this was a Lester B. Pearson quote. Lester B. Pearson was a former Prime Minister of Canada and won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1967. And he said, how can there be peace in the world without people understanding each other? And how can people understand each other if they don't know each other? And so I think just making those spaces to do that. So again, going back to what I said about showing up and participating at events, those things are really important. So I will end it there. And I'd just like to thank the Association for New Canadians for holding this important event, for continuing under these circumstances because they're challenging for everyone, and going forward and creating space for this conversation. So thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Catherine, for those remarks. We appreciate you taking the time to speak about these important issues. We're now going to move into our first panel of the day, promoting anti-racism in our communities. This panel is going to bring in light important issues of the day and touch on the great anti-racism work that is being done here. It's an extremely timely and important discussion that needs to be had. We're pleased to welcome today's panel, moderator Hassan Hai, manager of customer success with Clockwork Fox and an activist, Dr. Sobia Sheikh, co-founder of the Anti-Racism Coalition of NL and the Addressing Islamophobia in NL project, panelist Dr. Zainab Jarrett, executive director of the Tombolo Multicultural Festival in Newfoundland and Labrador, and Jude Benoit, Two-Spirit Indigenous Activist Collective co-founder and Social Justice Co-op board member. Once again, after the discussion, the panel will be taking questions from the audience, so you can submit these via our Twitter at ANC_of_NL, ANC's Facebook Messenger, our email, diversity@ancnl.ca. This panel is brought to you by the St. John's Board of Trade. Now, Hassan, over to you to get things started.
And welcome to our panel. I think I was just introduced. My name is Hassan Hai, and I'll be moderating this panel. I have an excellent star-studded cast of BIPOC heroes here joining me. I just want to take a quick moment and do a little round table of everyone introducing themselves, maybe starting with Jude.
Hi, I'm Jude Benoit. I am a Indigenous Two-Spirit activist in the city of St. John's. I'm urban Indigenous. I'm from a lot of different places in Kudumik, which is the Mi'kmaq word for Newfoundland. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. I'm excited.
Welcome. Next, Dr. Jareth. Zainab.
Hi, I'm Zainab Jarrett, the Executive Director for Tombola Multicultural Festival, Newfoundland and Labrador. And I'm happy to be here and hope to share ideas with everyone on the panel.
Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Sheikh. I'm a co-chair of the Anti-Racism Coalition and also co-lead of a project called Addressing Islamophobia in Newfoundland and Labrador. I'm also a faculty member at the School of Social Work at Memorial University. And I'm a proud Newfoundlander and happy to be here with all of you.
Welcome, Sylvia. Thank you, everyone. So we're here to talk about one of my favorite topics, which is racism. I'm just kidding, but I'm very excited for this conversation. So I thought we would kick it off, and a question for everyone, and just let's see where the conversation goes. But let's talk about anti-racism in Newfoundland and Labrador. So the question is, how do we encourage it in our communities, our schools, and our province overall? Just Jude, maybe any thoughts to lead that one?
Oh, I should first say that I am also representing the Indigenous Activist Collective, just boosting that because we're new. And that leads me into what my answer would be. I think that in Newfoundland and Labrador, especially, but all over Turtle Island, that to take an anti-racist approach, we also have to take a decolonial and indigicizing approach as well. Often I see those two categories separate when I think that really they're very interwoven with each other.
Excellent. Any other thoughts on that?
Well, I'll go next and then I'll let Zainab say that. I think one of the ways we encourage it is by really figuring out what anti-racism is and actually having the conversations amongst ourselves, and ourselves means white folks, people who have traditional roots to Newfoundland. It means Indigenous folks, it means racialized folks, it means Black folks, it means all of us together within our own communities and outside of our own communities. So that's how I would say that we would start encouraging, what is anti-racism and just figuring out what that is and what it means for us to do that in this province specifically.
Great. And Zainab, anything to add to that?
Yeah, well, just briefly to mention that in our own case, that's the Tombolo Multicultural Festival. We look at that as a way of encouraging anti-racism through sharing cultures or giving people the opportunity to experience the culture of other people, because I think one of the root causes of racism is lack of knowledge. And we bring cultures together through whether music, dance, food, and by learning and experiencing other people's cultures, that helps you or helps me to not only respect but appreciate their culture and like it and say, oh, this is different, but this is my culture, this is their culture. So getting to know the other person's culture will help me to look at them as human beings, fellow human beings, and not try to be racist towards them.
So as a follow-up question to that, the conversation about racism and what racism is, and obviously it's a very nuanced thing, but most people understand in important ways what racism is. and feel that as long as I, as an individual, am not being actively racist, I'm doing good in the world. So the concept and the word anti-racist and anti-racism is, for many people, relatively new and a little bit confusing. So why is it important? What is the difference between not being racist and being actively anti-racist? And why is that important to differentiate? So, Sylvia, you look like you might have something there.
I have lots of things to say, so let's try to go back, because I think Jude also ended up have a lot of things to say, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think that I think to follow up a little bit is that anti-racism for me is first and foremost an explicit focus on race and process of racialization, which are based on narrow ideas about narrow and false ideas about racial hierarchies. So where whiteness is seen as somehow the norm or the standard to be achieved, and then you have this whole, that's where anti-Black racism comes in. That's where anti-Indigenous racisms come in. I think that the idea is that a long time ago, sorry if I go a little bit too technically, a long time ago, there was this idea that we could be categorized, people could be, we're not just human, but we were categorized in different ways. So when Zeinab talks about, we're all human, really bringing back to that humanity it's a really important goal. But I think that the idea that somehow some people were more human and some people were less human is part of the ways in which many of us who are racialized or who are Black or who are Indigenous often deal with this issue from the beginning to the end. And these ideas about race were faulty, they're scientifically faulty, they're not true. And we all like to say sometimes in the academy that they're social constructs. And what that means is that they themselves, that color of our skin, it really doesn't matter. It's just that it's made to matter in how we organize ourselves in families, in communities, in organizations and nations. So the idea, lots of ills and evils have been and continue to be perpetuated on these ideas. Colonization could not have happened without racism, and colonization around the world, but specifically when we talk about colonization, we have to talk about it here in this province, in this country, and in this many nations that we live in, we call Canada or we call Newfoundland. And I think that I think that the urge to and I see this a lot from racialized communities, and it's an appropriate action, is to remind people that I'm going to stop talking in a second. Remind people that we're humans and we're just like you is an anti-racist act. And in my opinion, it's only one anti-racist act. It's not enough. But we'll talk a little bit about that soon.
Great. And Jude?
Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm answering your actual question. Could you repeat it again? Sorry.
That's a challenging thing to ask when we take this meandering route here. Is what did I even ask originally? I wish these notes were helpful here. It was the importance in differentiating not being racist versus actual anti-racist or being anti-racist, and not just a definition, but what does that mean and why? Help people understand why it's important to differentiate.
I think the first thing we all need to understand is that we're all racist. That racism is something that you can't just work really, really hard and then one day you're no longer racist. I think it's an ongoing learning thing. I know for myself that I have needed to get a lot of education from the people around me and to seek it out in order to do less harm to other people. I grew up in rural Newfoundland and with very little access to diversity. And I think a lot of Newfoundlanders use that excuse of, I'm from the Bay, or I currently live in the Bay. I don't know anyone. And that's not a very good excuse, to be honest, especially considering that the first people of this island are very much alive and thriving here. And Newfoundland is not a culture. We often hear things like, Newfoundland only has a 1% population of people that aren't white, and Newfoundland culture is. And then the examples of Newfoundland culture that are given are of colonial ideas of what it is to be a Newfoundlander. One of the most hurtful things I've seen this week was a local business owner went on a rant online publicly about how colonialism has given us all of the things that we love about Newfoundland. And don't get me wrong, I live downtown. I love our jelly bean row houses. I love a good chick's dinner every once in a while. But to claim that Newfoundland is only where it is because of the genocide and death of Indigenous people is extremely harmful. And I think I kind of see that stuff all the time. It builds up over time, and it becomes this, Newfoundlanders are nice. We're not racist. But we really are. We really have a deeply ingrained type of racism that is, it's very harmful. I hope that answered the question.
You know what? It's a great conversation is all we're aiming for here. Not specifically answers to what I asked. Zainab, anything to add to that?
Well, I think they've said pretty much most of the things I wanted to say. Just maybe to point out the idea of being not racist and someone who is actively an anti-racist person. The downside of the person who is not racist is that the person might not realize that his or her neighbor or the person next door is racist. So, like, you are not racist, that's fine, but if you see it happening, try to educate that person who is racist, that you observe is not racist, or that you see being treated as someone that is inferior to the other side. Try to not fight or insult, but just try to let that person say, look, what you just said or what you did to this new immigrant, for example,
Right.
It's not fair, not judging. So probably I will encourage people who are not racist to try to do that, to protect someone who is being discriminated against or something like that.
Yeah, it sounds like what I'm hearing, and certainly from my own experience, is that one of the important differentiators between not being racist, which we know is a bit of a misnomer there, because despite how uncomfortable the label of being a racist is that accepting that it permeates everything, and being a racist is not the end. I mean, this is a weird thing to say, but being a racist doesn't mean that give up because you're an awful person. It means it's an opportunity. And we can expand on this a little bit here to learn and to grow and recognize those sort of unconscious biases that, all of us have in different ways, and learn and grow beyond that. And then, so being not racist in this passive way versus being actively anti-racist, and recognizing that we can't be bystanders, or we can't change things by not challenging them in some way, whatever that context is. And thus we enter into the realm, the broad spectrum. That's a whole other conversation about what being anti-racist means. And it can be everything from saying something. It could be responding to a Facebook post. It could be taking action in your workplace or amongst your family or friend group, and a variety of things. But I want to turn it around a little bit here. And Jude, I had a question for you. So as a two-spirited Indigenous activist, what message do you have for other Indigenous youth who may have been the target of discrimination? And then a follow-up to that is, well, you know what? I'll let you answer one question before I nail you with the second one.
I mean, my advice is to try your best to fight the urge to hide. a lot of Indigenous people, we are white passing. We can come from these places where we're in an Indigenous community, where everyone knows our family's Indigenous. We experience bullying and violence and harm, and then we come to an urban area, and it is so tempting to hide. It's so tempting to try to, I mean, it's survival is really what it is. And when I first, as an Indigenous youth, when I first came out here, I spent the first couple of years trying not to tell people, not to let them know that I was Indigenous. And that really isolated me from a lot of the resources and help and people and family that, and it created a lot of internal problems within myself. I think that would be my first piece of advice to youth, is to, be proud of who you are and celebrate and uphold your culture, your languages. It's okay to not know your language. It's okay to feel displaced. It's okay to have been raised by people that aren't Indigenous, and then try to get back into connection. There's so many great groups in town. There's so many great resources. You can find an online community if you'd rather. If you are Two-Spirit and you're trying to figure all that out, there's so many great things you can reach out to and find other people. Not only will that help your resilience, help you feel more powerful, and help you as you go, it'll also build a community around you, and then before you know it, you'll be so comfortable with relearning things that have been taken from you. And I think that's really important.
Excellent. So my follow-up question to that is, now, not to place the sort of emotional labor on yourself and other Indigenous folk, but for us non-Indigenous folk, where can we start as far as for those of us who want to be better allies, but may not be aware of Indigenous people in our own network? And I say that because I think a lot of people are surprised at just how great the Indigenous population in Newfoundland and Labrador is, because of course, not everyone would quote unquote look Indigenous, and be, many might be white passing. And so we may not, obviously at a glance, you can't tell what someone's actual cultural heritage is. But for those of us who don't know where to start, how can we start working towards being better allies? Is there a starting point?
Yeah, I mean, it's most people who, especially newcomers, people that don't know about Indigenous people, I often hear, like, I didn't know that Newfoundland had Indigenous people, from everyone, including people that have lived here all their lives. And that, I would say, you're not alone. The government of Canada has done their best to assimilate and colonize us, so that we are invisible. I mean, even our status system that says, whether you are or not Indigenous, which I think is absolute nonsense. That a piece of paper does not mean whether or not you are Indigenous. But even that, like, as the generations move down, as people have kids, and it depends on who you marry and all this kind of stuff, then eventually your status runs out, and that's like kind of like a permanent, really weird category for completely assimilating Indigenous people. So I mean, it's not it's not your fault, is what I want to tell people that you don't know, or you may not know us. But ways to combat that would be to meet Indigenous people. Some of us are so friendly, and we have so many different events happening, and cultural and spiritual events. Or if you tend to be more political, which I would say there's really no option there in today's world. You have to be political, and you can come join us at protests and rallies. Or you can go to First Light, and they, accept everyone into their programs, not just Indigenous people. All kinds of people are usually always welcome. The university, if you're an international student, has its own Indigenous groups, and it might seem really intimidating to just go into a group that you don't know anything about, but I promise you that's really the only way to do it, is to get to know Indigenous people firsthand. yeah.
So that's absolutely great. So one thing that I was thinking of there, because of course, when the topic of allyship, which everyone is talking about that in a variety of contexts, and people and the need for allies, but also the responsibilities of those who wish to be allies of doing the work themselves and not leaning or placing the burden on Indigenous, Black, or people of color, or whatever group that you're trying to be an ally for. And what I really love is what you've outlined is that instead of reaching out to an individual and maybe asking, you know, what can I do, and placing all that burden on them, is maybe take the initiative and meet the community. And it's not a burden placed on one individual. Now, granted, of course, the context will be different, is that maybe in your community or there may be only one Indigenous person you know, but I mean, they may have a connection to a cultural association of some sort. And it sounds like leaning towards the institution, the organizations that are built to provide knowledge and education would be a more scalable way of people learning. And because being an ally, as everyone in this call knows, is a journey. It's not like one day you read one book or you talk to one person and you are declared, I've won, I'm now an ally. It's a journey that you take, and you have to start somewhere. And that education piece, and not putting the entire burden on, or any significant burden on on individuals in the community, is very important.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Zainab. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Did you have? This is the.
Oh no.
The magic of Zoom calls is that did something happen? Did you freeze? What's going on? Zainab. So you have a passion for anti-racism and working in this area for many years. What lessons have you learned from other jurisdictions that can be brought back to Newfoundland and Labrador?
Well, the Newfoundland case is quite different from my perspective. I'll just give you a little bit of my background. I came to Canada in '92 as a mature student at Mont, not young. So, but before I came, going back to my high school days, in Nigeria, we have what we call Unity College or Federal Government College. And that one is a school that admits students intentionally from all over Nigeria. So when I earlier told you that we have more than 250 languages, that means 250 tribes. So they try to put 250 tribes in one school. So that gave me an idea of what multiculturalism is, or having people from different cultures within Nigeria, but literally different cultures. So when I came, I said, what do I do? First was to learn more about Canadian culture in general and Newfoundland culture in particular. So when I graduated from MON in folklore, that's actually a tool for me to know how to practice and also help to encourage. The word anti-racism is real, but I like to say cultural diversity, like having people of different cultures together. To me, that's what I call anti-racism, that people accept each other's culture, even though they come from different cultures. So from another part, I traveled a lot in Canada over the years, and I've been to Ottawa, did some workshops there, Athabasca, been to Toronto and all that. I noticed that the diversity there, especially in the 90s, is different from the one here in Newfoundland. Like I was among the few African, I don't use the word Black, not that it's a bad word, I just say African. I'm African. Now I'm African Canadian. I don't use the word Black or white, because where I came from, even though we were colonized by Britain, sorry, I'm digressing. We were colonized by Britain, but we were not described as Black or white, just by our tribes or the languages we speak. So when I came here, and as I said, travel outside of Newfoundland, I discovered that in other provinces or other cities in Canada, they are more culturally diverse, especially in the 90s than here. So I didn't, for some reason, and I'm not trying to downplay the idea that, or the fact that a lot of people have experienced racism, and we have people who are trying to promote anti-racism. What I considered after seeing what is happening in other parts of Canada and here, I said, okay, now that there are people of different races here, what can we do to make sure that people who are indigenous to the province, First Nations people, or if you are Irish descendant or Scottish or English, when you see someone from Africa or from the Middle East living and working or studying in Newfoundland, what can we do now that we have people from other cultures living here in Newfoundland with people who have been here years before us? Right. So my approach, as I mentioned earlier, is to create programs that people can have the opportunity to come together and not only see, but experience all these diverse cultures. I didn't see that in Toronto, but because I didn't stay there for too long, maybe sometimes I go and spend just a weekend or 1 week. So I'm sure they have like festivals or multicultural concerts or activities that are maybe organized either by the Chinese community, by the Indian community, but they invite others to attend and participate and experience. So I wouldn't claim that we are the first to start creating multicultural programs or activities here, like the festivals. But I, for some reason, didn't copy it from outside. I'm sorry. So that's what, but I just feel that perhaps they are being done in other parts of Canada, but I won't claim that I learned it from there and brought it here as a way to promote anti-racism. But we do it here now.
Excellent. So,
sorry, I didn't answer your question. I think I'm sorry.
I don't know why it seems so intimidating that everyone feels like they have to answer my questions. Half the time, I don't remember what I asked, and that's okay. It's this lovely meandering path of let's have a conversation about this very important topic. One thing that I was thinking as we were chatting, and I myself have lived in many parts of Canada. I've lived literally coast to coast and a couple places in between as well. And I've lived in various communities that, and you, Zainab, you spoke of diversity and that being very essential. And diversity and people who are in one community now, but who are from a variety of backgrounds and communities coming together and living together. And some of my own experience, particularly living outside of Newfoundland and Labrador, is that obviously there is probably a different mix of different cultures living and cohabiting in the same spaces, whereas we know with Newfoundland and Labrador is predominantly one culture or people from one specific European background. But that's not to say that we have a healthy Indigenous population, which is much higher, as I mentioned in Jude, is that most people don't realize just how large the population is, because of course not everyone is visibly Indigenous. And I'll use the air quotes there, because whatever that means to different people, but also people who are non-Indigenous and from different backgrounds as well. One thing that I was just curious on your thoughts on is that in again, from the context of other parts of Canada, where there is people from diverse backgrounds, but culturally and business-wise, I mean, you could walk, downtown Ottawa, downtown Toronto, downtown Vancouver, and not just see people who are visibly of, different backgrounds, but also you can hear music and from different sources. You can hear conversations of different languages. You can see food from different cultures. You can smell things that are not the same kind of food that maybe you would have had in your own home as well. And having that visible diversity outside of the physical people in front of you, because I think, and just I'm curious on your thoughts on this here, is that in Newfoundland and Labrador, you can have diversity in the sense of having people from different places, but that cultural diversity, that sense that this is perceived to be whatever this is the culture here, and everyone coming in maybe hasn't had their chance to make their mark or have that footprint of the Filipino community or people from I'm going to say African, from a variety of different locales in Africa, or people from South Asia or whatever part of the world it may have originated from, and maybe we don't see that same footprint represented in other local businesses or ones that you talk about. Do you feel that is maybe a balance that needs to shift a little bit?
Is it me? Okay. Well, things have changed. Is it me? Am I to answer?
You know what? If you want to talk, it's you. You win.
See, I mean, historically, looking back now, like I came in 92, as I said, and this is 2020. I can tell you that things have really changed here. Newfoundland, not just because we do our events in Gander, we are in St. John's, we are in Conception Bay, we've even done some events in Labrador City. And I can tell you that when I first came as a student, even to get my hair relaxer, my friend from the US would have to bring it either from Boston, and my friend from St. Louis would bring it, my hair relaxer for me. That was 92. But now I can go to Lawton's on Topsay Road and get hair relaxer. We have the African store downtown, Toy International. They sell food like ethnic groceries. You can go to Taste East and buy Asian spices. And so things have changed now. We are more diverse, not just in terms of getting ethnic groceries or food, but also even clothing, a lot of things that are from different cultures that we can find them in Newfoundland and Labrador, particularly in St. John's. But if we want to compare it with other cities or other provinces in Canada, we might say that Newfoundland is relatively less diverse, but it has really become a diverse province, culturally diverse province. More needs to be done. As we all know, those of us who work with the immigrants or with the new immigrant communities, that people tend to leave. Like now, just this morning, an entire family from Nigeria, they moved to Toronto just today. So people tend to leave, but still, I think Newfoundland is growing in terms of its cultural diversity or ethnic diversity.
Excellent. So we're going to move on from there. Sobia, I'm going to pose a question to you now. So when we're talking about anti-racism, it's also often coupled with discussion about diversity and inclusion. So should we view those as complementary concepts, or how do you see them in relation to one another?
It depends on which day I'm talking to you, but because I move in and out. I mean, I've lived in other places in Canada as well, and I've been here for 11 years in the province, and have been visiting in the winter. I'll tell you, I must love Newfoundland in February every year for the last, before that, for 10 years. So I've been connected to Newfoundland somehow for the last probably about 20 years. Or 18 anyway. And I think that the issue of inclusion, cultural diversity, multiculturalism is a very, very big part of our Canadian landscape. And I think that we have seen in other places, in Vancouver, for example, or in Guelph, Ontario, or in Hamilton, where I did most of my growing up, we've seen that multiculturalism by itself does not eradicate racism. And it's not that it's not important to do, because I think that work that is done by the generations and what we see as leaders in our communities, whether that be the mosque, whether that be sharing our cultures, which has done some really excellent work, whether that be Tambolo, as I hope I was pronouncing that right, that all those things, the farmers market, those are all really important pieces. But for me, and I think for a lot of other people, first of all, you know, the idea of inclusion and diversity are both precursors and also outcomes of good anti-racist work. And I'll give you an example. Inclusion, you cannot have anti-racist work in an organization without having people with from diverse walks of life. You cannot have anti-racism without understanding that the very land on which we are living has been a series of erasures and genocide throughout the history of Canada. You cannot, and multiculturalism will not eradicate that history. It will not eradicate the history of slavery or indentured workers coming in from other countries. It will not erase those things. yes, we can celebrate ourselves and our diversity. I think that's really important in my mind. And I'm very proud to be Muslim. I'm very proud to be from Southern Asia. I'm very proud to be Pakistani. I'm also very proud to be Canadian and Newfoundlander and Ontarian, you know, depending on where I am. So I'm really proud of who I am and where I come from. But that pride needs to have space in this society, but it's not enough. And when I said originally, you know, we talk about race, it's not polite to talk about race in almost anywhere in Canada, but especially here. People do not like to talk about our racial category. They don't like to talk about black, brown, whiteness. I mean, it's really uncomfortable because it's true. What I think people are saying is that I'm not a brown woman. I am a Pakistani Canadian, for example. Race only became important for me because of how I saw myself, Indigenous people, Black people, racialized, how we became this one group of other. And that's how it became important to me, was because of racism. I saw that, you know, the closer that I was, let's say, to Blackness, my brother hung out with very diverse communities, and he was surveilled and harassed by police in Ontario. He was hanging out with all sorts of people, and I stayed in my little bubble where, you know, because I was good in those days, and whatever good means, and I was not harassed in the same ways. I achieved, you know, I was closer to whiteness somehow. And I think that this is really important. I think that this conversation, you know, for me, diversity and inclusion are precursors. And when I say it's outcomes, I mean that if we are really being anti-racist, let's say as an organization, which is kind of my specialty, is anti-racist organizational change. And if we are being really, really anti-racist and we start to say, how is race organizing our everyday work, then inclusion and diversity will naturally be part of it. We wouldn't have to fight about and inclusion and multiculturalism. And I think there's the last thing, I have a lot more to say, but I'm going to say the last thing that I want to say is that diversity, inclusion, and race equity work is really important. But it's not enough because it doesn't get at power of race. And I think that race as a organizing part of our society, as part of our communities, and part of our organizations. And it's really polite to say, hey, I just want unity, I want diversity, I love everybody. But it doesn't get at the power imbalances in the ways that I think anti-racist conversations do. So, you know, I think, you know, I keep going back to this, and racism is in our fabric, is in our cultural fabric, is in our very everyday work. We can't undo racism, but we can work against it.
Excellent. There's so much to unpack there, and I don't think there's enough time in this day or this week or this year to dive into every one of those topics here. But I wanted to comment on one sort of recurring theme, is that of, and you mentioned, Sylvia, the word erasure of cultural identities. And I think it stands, I think we would all be on the same page, and anyone who is racialized in any way, we would love to live in a world where race was not a factor. As far as we would love to everyone be seen as equal. And there's often comments, particularly from those who I mean, because of their background, don't experience racism. I mean, they're not if you're not a racialized person, you're typically not going to experience racism in Canada. But the comments that I don't see race, I don't see color, while, you know, realistically, we know that they're coming from a good place. They're trying to say race is not an issue, and also I am not a racist because I don't see that. But Sobia, you brought up a good point, is that these are important cultural identities. And even though the color of our skin, you know, has no bearing on the person we are inside, or shouldn't, it does, in the sense that we have lived experience, and anyone who is racialized has lived experience, which is tied to the color of their skin. And so by saying I don't see color, I don't see race, or they're not important, we're erasing all of that. And I think forcing ourselves, for those who are uncomfortable having conversations on race, is that lean into that discomfort. And obviously, you know, don't harm people, but don't shy away from that discomfort. Like if it's making you uncomfortable, again, lean into it and try to identify why that is. So we have a little bit more time here. There's a number of questions from the audience. I did want to pose one question for the group here, and this is, you know, unique for Newfoundland and Labrador, and the theme often comes up in response to topics, of course, about racism and racist systems. Is that, but we are kind people, and we are the Newfoundlanders and Labradorians as a group are the kindest people in the world, or insert whatever it is, or the kindest people in Canada, or people from this community are very kind. And the word kindness is used to almost eliminate. You cannot be both kind and racist. What are your thoughts on that? Is that can a kind person be racist? Can they coexist? Who wants to leap at that one?
Let me come in here.
Yeah.
Using my example, I mentioned it earlier, but I am fortunate that, or maybe my way of thinking is quite different because of my being diaspora person, was African in the diaspora. So one example was, or incidents that happened was, I just submitted my thesis and I was waiting for my oral defense. I was in Bottom's Pond, just quick, and I was sitting by the pond feeding the dogs, and an elderly lady came. So the first question she asked me, and I knew, being a mature student at the time too, I knew, because she didn't know me. We were not telling each other or introducing each other as to who we were at the time. So she said, "Are you here to study English?" And I mean, now maybe someone would take that as being racist, but I didn't take it like that. I just thought immediately that, oh, she doesn't know me, so probably she thought I'm here to learn English. So I just told her, no, I just finished my studies. I'm waiting to do my oral defense. And she was shocked and she apologized, because I didn't react and get upset, because I knew that she didn't know me. So she said that. The other one was quite recent, was last year actually. We were supposed to have an event, Tombolo in Uganda. So a lady called me, because it was being advertised already in Uganda, the whole of Central Newfoundland. She said, "I heard you are coming here. You are not wanted, that we are not wanted in Uganda to organize Tombolo there." So I said, "Why?" She said, "Yeah, are you Canadian?" So I had to tell her that, yeah, I've been here for more than 25 years. It was 92 years, last year, I think 27 years. So I was trying to explain to her that we are not going there to do anything. We are bringing newcomers so they will learn more about Central Newfoundland, see the people, interact, and we usually take new Canadians to tourist sites in Uganda area. So, but she wouldn't have it. And when we got there, the day the event happened, I wanted to go and, because I had her number, I wanted to find out how I can trace her, to go and explain to her. So I look at that, she might not be racist, just maybe she had a story about newcomers, because the last point she said before she hung up on me, she said, "You are coming here to take up jobs from our people." So that's probably lack of knowledge, because I'm going there to work in Uganda. We are just trying to actually help integrate newcomers. So someone might look at her and say she's kind but racist. Again, it's hard for me to conclude that, but that could be. So the other person, like people like her, should probably understand that when they do something to a newcomer like that, it's considered as a racist act. So, but she could be kind. And I, like the lady that met me at Bottom's Pond, to me, she was kind, because we ended up, actually, I was hoping that I would see her again next time so I could cook African food for her, but we didn't see each other again. So it's very difficult to say whether or not someone could be, for me, could be kind and racist, but it's possible too that someone could be kind, but at the same time racist. I don't know. Sorry.
No, it's again, it's a great conversation. So I'm just going to add one comment here, and there's a number of questions from people watching that I'd love to dive into. But just one little comment here, and I think it's the perception that morality and someone's goodness means that, like, if you are a quote unquote good person, if you self-identify or you identify a person as that person is a good parent, they're a good family person, they're very loving, they do good things in the community, they're hardworking, and therefore they are kind and quote unquote a good person, or all the things that we as a society say a good person should be like or act like, and therefore they cannot be racist, because a racist is inherently bad. And it's that uncomfortable truth that good people can be racist as well. And that doesn't negate all of their goodness. It's just an opportunity to sort of look inwards and figure out, how do I move forward from this?
Just if I can add a little bit,
yep.
Kindness is a choice that individuals make. And I think that we can decide to be kind. Sometimes being kind is naming racism in a more gentle, or like Zainab is very gracious in how she does that. And sometimes being kind is actually naming it not kindly, because kindness, it depends who kindness is a relationship. Who are you being kind to? Are you being kind to the person who has just who has just been racist towards you? Are you being kind to your children when you do the labor of keeping people in their own humanities? I think that the issue of kindness in Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, I think kindness exists here like it does everywhere else, and kindness is really important. But that's not the same question about whether and how to do anti-racist work, in my mind. And I think that I I really appreciate that the reminders to be kind, to be gracious, either when you're being racist or when you're being anti-racist, if there is a dichotomy. And I think that's really important. But for who are you being kind to and for? And most of us in my life, anyways, I'm being kind for myself, because if I don't act in kindness and with integrity, then that's doing a disservice for anybody else. I think the conversation has got to shift a little bit, and really work at what are we trying to achieve when we're being kind and good. And I agree with you that morality and racism, I know that they're so intertwined, and in some ways, kindness, reminding people of their own kindness, is really a good anti-racist tool, because you want to be good, you want to be just, you want to you want to undo the inequities. So I guess the conversation, because Newfoundlanders, including myself, pride ourselves on being kind and generous and community minded. Those are really good basis to build anti-racist work.
Right. So one of the just another comment on that, and then we'll move on to some of these great questions, is that it's a time, it sounds like 2020, or maybe not just this year, but these times are times of challenging a lot of accepted notions. So challenging, what I'm hearing, Sobia, in amongst all the gems of what you just presented there, are that challenging what kindness actually means and the definition of that. And because the context has changed, because people are being challenged as far as meeting people or interacting with people, whether in person or through social media or just media in general, with people with diverse backgrounds and backgrounds that often are maybe not fully understood or well understood, because many people, and this is true of all of Canada, but more so in many areas, or for many people in Newfoundland and Labrador who don't have a lot of experience, or if any experience, with people from diverse backgrounds, and not just meeting them. It's like, having worked with a person from a different culture, but having no real social context other than one comment I heard a number of years ago from a person who was trying, they meant very well, and God love them, they tried to make it very positive, but they said, I worked with a Pakistani person, a person from Pakistan in like the 70s or 80s, and they were no trouble at all. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. And yes, this is a person who means well and is trying to say, I am not racist. I worked with this person and I never had any issues and with them because they never made any issues for me. But there's so much to unpack there. Is that they we need to challenge like what kind of relationships we have with people and understanding what their lived experience is beyond the surface. Like, one of the other parents in my school is someone, a person of color, and therefore I'm not racist because they exist and I haven't done harm to them. There's more to that, and like not causing harm equates to, or not obvious cause of harm equates to kindness because we haven't done anything to hurt them. We need to dig deeper. We need to go further than that. So there's a ton of questions. We have a little under 10 minutes now, and we're probably not going to get to all of them, but I just want to go into a few of them here. So a question from the audience is that two of you have been doing education, organizing, and work in the subject for some time. What is different about these current times, and that's in caps, in regards to how we combat racism and discrimination? And I'll ask is that maybe if anyone, whoever wants to jump in there, but we keep the answers to about 30 seconds or so, just so we can get through a few, 30 seconds, 45 seconds. So what is different about these current times in regards to how we combat racism or discrimination? So Zainab, you've talked about your experience a little bit.
Okay, I think now with so many movements happening, I think we can start with First Nations situation, the African Canadians situation, and many women movements. So now people are more courageous, if I can use that word, to speak against and act against racism. In those days, I think, as you said, it was difficult. Like you can't even come out as a First Nations person and say, I want to, create a rally to protest against discrimination or racism. But now I think there's support everywhere, and the Black community are probably more aware of their experiencing now, where when there's protest or rally by the people from the African Canadian community, people from all races are supporting them. So it's different now. Like it's now a more collective or communal support for any causes or activism that is happening now. So different now.
How powerful?
I think it's very encouraging, and very helpful. Probably it might lead to more results or better results because everyone is for, not against those people who are protesting. So I think it's better now and probably be more impactful and positive, I think now.
The face I made was hearing the echo of my own voice, which frightened me because it was terrible. I don't know if you're hearing the echo there. Okay, so I'm going to keep my words to a minimum so I don't scare myself and anyone else. Next question. This is for Sylvia directly. As a longtime Newfoundlander and woman of color in a public-facing field, do you have any one experience, whether yours or what you've witnessed, to share of Islamophobia? So if you're comfortable answering that, to speak of personal experience.
I have so many. I guess that's like it's. I have so many. I'm getting hate mail in my inbox at work. So that's one example. Like, it's like, I don't want to, I really, I've been tipped with my colleagues 3 times this year. So, you're talking about micro and macroaggressions here. And I don't like the word microaggressions that much because micro is to white folks, and, to racialized Black and indigenous folks, it's more than just a micro. It's a way to explain little everyday things. I've had people say stereotypes about South Asian women, Muslim women as being somehow less assertive. I think you've met me now. There's all sorts of things, and I think I'm also seeing my Black colleagues, my Indigenous colleagues, like being treated as less than class, anti-racist work if it's not anti-classist, if it's not anti-colonial, if it's not anti-sexist, it's not
Right.
really anti-racist work. So I guess I'm resisting the question slightly, but I'm also saying that it's in every act of my. If I stay in my house during COVID, I don't get to see anti-Asian racism, but if I go grocery shopping, I get to see it.
Right.
I get to be yelled at in a parking lot of Sobeys the minute I walk out of work, because I was pregnant at the time. I was sitting I was parked in a place where I was allowed to park because I was pregnant. It was in it was a new pink parking spot. I literally got told that I wasn't allowed to park there by somebody who had no right to tell me that. And so, those are just little things, and I think I share that experience, but in different ways. I mean, not all racisms are the same. And I think that I've walked into I won't say which pub, but I walked in a pub for lunch with a Black colleague of mine, and the police have stared us down. And so there's lots of times where you like, I guess I can keep going if you'd like, but I'm not going to, obviously. But there's lots of moments where I see anti-Black racism, anti-Indigenous racism, and my own racism intersect. And I think that that's why I'm committed to this work. And that's it.
Okay, that's right. Never apologize for giving long, thorough, detailed, wonderful answers, any one of you here. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I wish there was no time limits. I wish we had days and days to talk about this, because these are such interesting and important conversations. We have just a few minutes left, so I'm going to pose one last question. I wish we can get to all the great questions from the audience. There's a ton coming in, but we won't have the time for that. So this one here, last one is, how can we do better in regards to educating people about multiculturalism and finding similarities over differences? Who would love to dive into that one here? And maybe taking maybe a maximum of a minute for that answer.
Jude hasn't said anything in a long time.
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to answer this question or not, but I think it's really important to point out that, for Indigenous people right now, the thing that we are focusing on, that we are asking other people to focus on with us, is our very survival. We are being killed by the police. We are being forgotten by our government. We are out here being displaced. We are dying. And I really needed to say this today on this panel, because I think that the point of how to be anti-racist for us right now is to be anti-colonial. It's to fight the ideas that, I want to have a family someday, and I want to send my kids to a public school that has our stories ingrained, that to thrive and flourish in an anti-racist, anti-decolonial environment. But in order to get there and have a family and have children in this world, I need to feel like they will be safe, like they will come home at the end of the day.
Oh, I'm not sure. Might be frozen, Jude, or okay. All right, you're back.
Oh,
no, it's perfect here. Oh, sorry. Did you have more?
You lost me.
We did right at the end there. So just in the interest of time, I just want to make one quick comment. Then I have a really quick, like 30 seconds for each person there.
I don't know where I left off.
You know what? Everything you said was wonderful and very important.
Yeah.
So you left off in a very good place. I think your points landed there. One thing that's come up over and over again is that the time of being passive and doing nothing and status quo is not enough. And making pledges for communities, and we didn't talk about specific schools, but what can people do? And what I've been hearing from all of our great panelists today has been that people need to be active. They need to be doing things. Simply existing and not actively causing harm or doing things that are perceived to be harmful is not enough to fix a lot of the problems and challenges that people, racialized people, Black, Indigenous, people of color, and anyone who's racialized experience. One quick question from everyone, and just a quick roundtable, and maybe in one sentence. So, how can Newfoundlanders and Labradorians be better allies? What's a starting point? And maybe one sentence from each person. And maybe we'll start with Sylvia on this one here.
I have 2 sentences.
Two's all right. We'll break the rules for you, but then I have to break it for everyone.
The first thing is to join the Indigenous Activist Collective on Saturday at 1 p.m. at the Confederation Building to protest police brutality and the continued, I want to say subjugation, but sorry, the continued subjugation of First Nations Indigenous peoples in this province. And the second answer I would say is, I don't think we want allies. We want people who take responsibility for racism, because we are not equally all responsible for racism and colonialism. And you, as people who want to do something, because that's why I think you're here on this panel or on this, I think you need to take responsibility for your own, I would say a bad word, but for your own racism, and that's and your organizations. So I think that's 4 sentences also.
You know what? There were 4 great, powerful sentences. So Zainab, any comments to that?
Yeah, for me, I want everybody, myself, anyone living in Newfoundland and Labrador, for us to be anti-racist means that it should come from the heart. No rules, no regulations, no protests can prevent someone from being racist. It has to come from his or her heart, knowing that we are all human beings. God created us differently. He knows why we are different. If he had made us all the same, probably it wouldn't be beautiful, as it was said that after 7 days, he created the heaven and the earth and everything in it, and it was beautiful. So God knows why he made us different. So we are not even God. We can't even play God, because if we play God, that means that everybody is the same. Everybody is beautiful. I mean, same in the sense that we are all human beings. So let it be like that, let it come from the heart that we are all the same. Under the skin, we are the same. One life to live, one breath, we have all emotions, and let's try to live together as human race, embrace diversity, and use it for the betterment of our society.
That counts as 1 sentence, because there's no punctuation in there, so it's all good. We're excellent. No, it's wonderful. Thank you. Jude, last but not least, any final comments on that? Oh, Jude, we may have lost Jude there. Get Jude back. Hello, Jude. Last couple seconds here. I don't know if you heard me.
I'm back.
Hi, we have a couple seconds left. So any quick comments on that last statement of what can Newfoundlanders and Labradorians do? How can they be better allies or leaders or help?
You need to start showing up to be active. Please come to the rally. Please do what you can from afar to support us. Please write letters and show up and ask how you can help. Racism is a systemic problem that is affecting all of us, and disproportionately affecting us, affecting Indigenous people and other racialized people. We need you to show up and support us. It's not enough to just make friends with your coworkers and start a book club. You have to show up. Thank you.
Amazing. Great comments. I want to thank, we're not over time. We took exactly how long we needed to get out the thoughts and comments that we wanted to get out there. So I want to thank all these great panelists, Zainab, Sylvia, Jude. Thank you so much for bringing your own unique perspectives, your amazing experiences. Hopefully it's been great for the audience, and it's a start. It sounds like what I'm hearing is we need leaders, we need people showing up and doing the work, and not waiting to be told or tasked or tapped saying, allies is maybe not the best term anymore. Maybe it's we need leaders. We need people stepping up and doing the work. Thank you, everyone. This is where we do the awkward, 4-minute long Zoom waves. Goodbye until the call ends.
Bye.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for this amazing discussion on anti-racism. Sometimes the content of such discussions can be difficult to have, but it's important that we have them. We really appreciate the time you took today to speak with us. We'll now move into our subsequent panel lineup to discuss the next central theme of this summit, multiculturalism. This next panel brings together business and community representatives who speak about the importance of multiculturalism and how it positively shapes economies and communities. On this panel, we have our moderator, Sharon McLennan, Director of the NL Workforce Innovation Center, CNA, panelists Pam Anstey, Executive Director of the St. John's Farmers Market, Dr. Tony Fang, Full Professor and the Stephen Yaroslavsky Chair in Cultural and Economic Transformation of Memorial University, Dr. Loydetta Quaco, the CEO of Sharing Our Cultures, and Colin Krulicki, Regional Vice President, RBC. This panel is sponsored by NLWIC. Now over to you, Sharon.
So good morning. I'm delighted that you could join our panel session today on multiculturalism in businesses and communities in Newfoundland and Labrador. It's one of a number of panels, as you know, taking place during the Association of New Canadians Virtual Diversity Summit 2020, promoting multiculturalism and anti-racism in businesses and communities in Newfoundland and Labrador. I'd like to begin by recognizing the ANC and Rogers for two things, really, leading and making available this platform for what are very important conversations on diversity and anti-racism. And number two, for promoting multiculturalism in businesses and communities in our province. The research is clear. Diversity and inclusion in all its forms, including multiculturalism, contribute to innovation, contributes to enrichment and productivity to our workplaces, to our workforces, our businesses, and our communities. My name is Sharon McLennan, and I'm the director of the Newfoundland and Labrador Workforce Innovation Center at the College of the North Atlantic, and I'll be your moderator for today's panel. NLWIC, as we have come to be known, has a provincial mandate to collaboratively identify, share, and promote the testing of ideas and innovation in workforce development that will positively contribute and have an impact on employment, employability, and entrepreneurship. And that includes broadening the whole talent pool and participation of underrepresented groups in our province's labor market. So that's why I'm very excited to be here with you today. So over the next 45 minutes, we will have 4 panelists who will bring significant and diverse experiences, insights, and perspectives into multiculturalism in businesses and communities into our province, or in our province. I will begin by asking each panelist to introduce themselves and their organization or affiliation. After that, I'll ask a series of questions exploring diversity, inclusion, and the role played by and the impact on or of multiculturalism in our businesses and communities. So let's begin with your introductions, panelists. So perhaps we could start with Pam.
Sure thing. So my name is Pam Anstey. I am the Executive Director of the St. John's Farmers Market Cooperative.
Nice to see you. And next we'll go to Tony, but if you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, Tony Fan, I'm a professor and Stephen Yaroslavsky Chair of Economic Transformation at Memorial University. I led a team that is dedicated to research in immigration, inclusion, and diversity in the province and beyond.
Excellent. Nice to see you again, Tony. Loydetta, if you could introduce yourself, please. Hi.
Hello, I'm Loydetta Quaco, and I'm the founder and CEO of Sharing Our Cultures Incorporated.
Excellent. Nice to see you. And finally, Colin, could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Colin Kralicki. I'm the Regional Vice President for RBC Rural Bank here in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Excellent. Nice to see you again as well, Colin. I think I've had the good opportunity not to meet everyone in great detail, but I've been introduced to all of you, so it's such a pleasure. So why don't we just jump right into that? Thank you so much. So my first question is directed at those who run organizations, at maybe starting with you, Pam, and then we'll move to Lloydetta and then to Colin. So what does diversity and multiculturalism mean to you and your organization? Pam?
Well, for us, diversity is really a core tenet of our foundation and fundamental philosophies. It's written into our business plan. It's written into everything that we have. The market really strives to not just include people, but to create a place where everybody truly belongs. And so everyone has, equal voice, everyone has the opportunity to contribute, everyone is a valued part of our community. And it's one of the things that we've worked very hard on over the years, and we want to be able to be as welcoming and as, we want people to be able to feel comfortable here no matter where they come from or how long they've been in this city. So that's one of the things that we strive for very much.
Thank you, Pam. And Lloydetta, maybe you could answer that question for us. What does diversity and multiculturalism mean to you and your organization?
Okay, thank you. Well, both concepts are interrelated for us because our mandate for sharing our cultures is to promote the values of multiculturalism and intercultural relations within a bilingual and multicultural Canadian society. It means it's our responsibility to ensure intentional, transformational engagement with our community on issues related to diversity and inclusion. And of course, we do this through our programs and events, first engaging high school youth who enroll in the program, and they get an opportunity to share their cultures with the public as well as with grade 6 students. So we bring in teachers bring in grade 6 students, and they interact with these students from diverse cultural backgrounds, which includes both Indigenous and Francophone and local communities as well. So this is really what we do. We've been doing that for a long time, and it's very important to us because it's very, but I'd like to say it's the DNA of our organization.
Yes, it's a good way to put that. Colin, what about you and RBC and your organization? What does multiculturalism mean for RBC and you?
Thank you, Sharon. So what I'll do is start with our definition, actually, which is where at RBC we believe that diversity and inclusion is really a state of being valued, respected, and involved. Mm-hmm. And it's about how do you focus on the needs of every individual to ensure that the right conditions are in place for everyone to achieve his or her potential. So I often say diversity is the mix, but inclusion is getting the mix to work well together.
Yes.
And so for us, it means respect for appreciation of differences such as gender, ethnicity, age, national origin, Indigenous status, sexual orientation or gender expression, etc.
Yes.
So we've always believed that embracing diversity and multiculturalism is not just the right thing to do, but the smart thing to do, because it does have direct impact back on our talent, people that we hire, our clients, and our community. So it's really embedded in the fabric of all that we do.
Yeah, it's very much so. It's where I referenced broadening the talent pool, and it's so important, isn't it? All of those underrepresented groups, and we need to do it. It's the right thing, but we need to do it, and it'll enrich all of us if we do. So, Tony, as the Stephen Jarolowski Chair in Cultural and Economic Transformation, how can immigration and diversity enhance our economy?
Well, that's a big question, of course, and that's what we do at Memorial University. We welcome over 3,000 international students, but also newcomers from all around the world. We're also doing research to actually inform policymakers and our general public about the social economic benefits of immigration and cultural diversity. And as we know, our population is not growing as fast as we had hoped. Actually, is one of the only provinces that experienced population decline in the last few years. So First of all, immigration certainly would help us to grow population. Therefore, also by definition, the economy as well, by filling labor skill shortages. Based on the recent survey of more than 300 employers in the province, of course, it's funded by NLWIC. So I have to, really want to show my appreciation to the support. And more than 43% employer in the province reported hiring difficulties. And many of them tend to newcomers, international students for help. And also, as Royal Bank and many other organizations know really well, and immigrant newcomers also contribute to job creation, actually, through mostly consumption, but also investment. For example, buying houses, right, and invest in stock market and so on and so forth. And still, some of the newcomers are more uneager to start a business. Okay, not only creating jobs for themselves, but also for local residents. As we know, international students are 3 times more likely to start a business than a local resident. And first of all, as we know, our population is Asian. We need more also young, energetic employees and taxpayers to support our healthcare system and the social security system as well. Finally, Canada and the province Newfoundland and Labrador, we are a trading nation and trading province, right? Yes. We export a lot of our product, natural resource, oil, gas. We have the fish products, agriculture product we're talking about here, and mining products, iron ore, and you name it. So international migration really help us build those kind of trading relationship and broaden our international market. So really, I think, immigration can do a lot of social economic benefit to the province. Also make this province a lot more interesting. Just think about different kind of African foods, right? We talk about it here, different kind of culture, music, festivals, and so on and so forth. And by definition, we bring in all these immigrant newcomers to fill our skilled labor shortages, not to compete with local residents. That's by definition. And our study shows exactly the case. We need a lot of professionals in high-tech sectors, also people in the technical trades, occupations, and even no-skilled occupation for which that many local residents are not willing to fulfill. So basically, a lot to say about immigration and diversity.
Thank you so much, Tony, for that. So back to you, Colin. Can you walk us through a little bit with maybe a little bit more detail about how diversity and multiculturalism are celebrated and embraced at RBC?
Sure, Sharon. Thank you. Very similar to how Pam started, it's embedded in all that we do. And there's a number of impacts. So first of all, it's part of our values. It's part of the core, our mission here is what we call, how do we help clients thrive and communities prosper? Tony talked about, what newcomers to Canada and newcomers to Newfoundland and Labrador bring to our province. And so we want to make sure that we're strengthening the fabric of the community. But I'll go into a couple of key areas. Number one is our employees. So we want to make sure that we've got diverse, inclusive workspaces. You want everyone to reach their full potential. And what I found and what we've found across the country is that a diverse and a multicultural team usually brings out the best in all of us. Diversity of thought and experience and background, it just adds so much more, especially as we want to make sure that we are the face of our community.
Absolutely.
And of course, the demographic of who we are as a province and as a nation, it's different province by province and city by city, but we really want to make sure that we are recruiting individuals, that we are developing individuals that are from diverse backgrounds, because ultimately it makes us stronger, and ultimately it makes the province stronger as well. From an employee perspective, we also have a lot of established routines and I'll say efforts, such as our employee resource groups. So we've got specialized teams inside of Newfoundland and right across the country that focus on, well, one's called Mosaic, which is focusing on newcomers to Canada, which is an area that allows our newcomers inside of RBC to meet one another and network and bond better, but it also allows other employees to understand more of the culture as well. We have similar teams for, say, what we call Royal Eagles, which would be for those that identify as Indigenous, for example. Also Pride for the LGBTQ2 community, for example. But we also engage in our community. So how we represent, where do we go? Advice events, community events, everything from Chinese associations to Friends of India. Like, we want to make sure that we are supporting financially and by visibility many areas of our community. And I've been in this province now for 4.5 years, and I'll say the efforts and the routines that were in place before I arrived, because I've got employees that want to be part of the fabric of the community. So for me, it's part of employee retention, as I'm helping to build a more diverse workforce. I will say,
Yes.
while we've done some work, we have still a lot of room to cover and a long road to go. But overall, it just makes for a better workforce, a more appreciative and more dynamic workforce. And then it also lends itself to, I'll say, volunteerism. So we also have a lot of our employees that spend a lot of time out in the community, just volunteering their time. And again, RBC really supports this back to the community. And I'll just end on a final point of recruitment. It's in the fabric of what we do. I've had a number of conversations, even with Association of New Canadians and a variety of other individuals across the province, to try and make sure that we are representing. So at the end of the day, it's embedded right into our values. It's and it has a big impact on our people, on our clients, and our communities.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Colin, for that perspective and insight. So Pam, back to you. The St. John's Farmers Market has seen tremendous growth in recent years, especially from immigrant vendors. How has this diverse mix of food and arts enhanced the market and our community as a whole?
It is the most awesome thing ever. I'm just going to start by saying that. We have vendors from more than 20 different countries at the market. And we are delighted to welcome people from all over the world to be able to showcase what they bring to this city. So, and I think the entire thing is a win for everybody, because what the St. John's Farmers Market has become is a reflection of the new face of St. John's, the new cultural diversity of St. John's. And we really want to highlight and celebrate that, because it brings so much to this city and so much to this province. So there's a couple of different ways that happens, and I just want to kind of skim through a few of them. But for the market itself, you know, it allows people to come and explore new and interesting things that they might never have had exposure to before. And it's really neat to see somebody who has never been able to be in an environment where they can get, I don't know, curry or jerk chicken or whatever it is, and be really hesitant at first because they've never been exposed to it, try it and absolutely love it. And it just gives a sense of familiarity to that, and people keep coming back for those reasons, to explore the new things that they can find. The other side of it is that for a lot of people, all of the diversity in the market is a familiarity thing. So we have so many people in this city from many different countries around the world, and they come to the market and they find someone cooking food from their home, and the smells and the aromas and the flavors of their home country. And that is an especially poignant and meaningful thing for us, because we want people to feel like they are a part of our community and a celebrated part of our community. The other piece of it that a lot of times we don't think about all that much is that a lot of the folks that move here from other countries, it can be really challenging to find a community at first. It can be really challenging to find their place in the business world at first, especially if people are coming under, you know, not so great circumstances as refugee status, and things like that. But what we provide here is an opportunity for people to develop their small business, to be able to come here to find their customer base, their niche in the market, without having to invest in a whole bunch of overhead, without having to go out and rent a building, without having to do all of those things, and without a lot of the bureaucratic process that might be involved in starting up a freestanding business. Not only that, they find a support system. So we will help people walk them through all of the different steps they need to do, from food licensing to, you know, safety training, to all of those things. And we are there the whole time. And after they get here, they also have the support of the other vendors. So you have a community of people who are from all over the world who are very much willing and eager to help folks who are new to the market really find their place at the market. And so we have become a really supportive community as such, where not only for folks who come to buy and to explore, but for the vendors themselves to find their niche within this city, where they might have been a little bit isolated before because they didn't really know too many people. So all of those things kind of combine together to be able to create this wonderful, you know, amalgam of diversity and richness that we're very, very proud of, and we're very excited to keep going with.
Wonderful stories. Thank you so much, Pam, for that. Tony, it's back to you now. And again, you did touch on your current research around employers' perceptions around hiring immigrants and newcomers and international students. But wondering if how much and have employers been talking about or highlighted the benefits of hiring newcomers? Is it too early on to be able to talk to that, or what could you speak about in your current research, either within LWIC, which we have funded, or maybe some of your other research about the benefits of newcomers?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this Canada, you know, as Colin, Pan, Oida mentioned, you know, Canada is a country immigration, right? You know, we actually rank #1 by OECD as the best country for immigrant settlement and integration. So we're proud of that, right? One of the ideas said, as an immigrant myself, you know, every time when I arrive in Toronto Pearson International Airport or St. John's International Airport, I really have a sense of coming home. So that sense of belonging is really important, right? And that is the reason why we have the kind of feeling, rather than, you know, we feel that home country is hometown, is because, you know, we have this multi-sectoral model of integration and settlement. So, you know, not only the government, right, is involved in the selection process, but also, you know, the settlement agency like ANC play very key role for the early settlement integration, but also employers now come up and fulfill their responsibility. I mean, just, you know, giving one idea is that the federal government recently initiated this Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program, right, which give a lot of responsibility to both employers, okay, and also the settlement agencies to help to develop a settlement integration plan. So that's the reason why we need to find out the perceptions and attitudes of employer, you know, towards hiring newcomers, international students, because from studies over studies, the most important determinant for long-term integration and retention of newcomers, international students, is meaningful employment opportunity, right? Yes. And so that's the reason why we, with the, you know, general support from NLWSC, we conducted a survey in 2019, very fresh actually, and about 300, employers within the province respond to our survey, and among them, 6% of the organization received application for newcomers and international students, and 48% of them actually hired them, which is way higher than the percentage reported by Professor Waylock, Scott Lynch in 2005. I think the attitudes of employer has becoming more positive. The reason for that positive attitude because they realize the benefits of hiring immigrants and international students. For example, for the skilled labor shortage, 40% of the employee reported the most common occupations that need more workers are professionals, high tech services, for example, technical trades, and for which actual employers have hard time to find local workers in the field, those kind of positions. And actually, very possibly, according to the survey, among those employers who actually hired newcomer international students, more than 80% of them have positive, positive experience. Okay, and that is very encouraging. Like IBC, like a farmers market, right? Like the cultural center, right here. And why? This is a question we also talk a little bit more. Why they have such positive experience? Most important reason is actually strong work ethic of newcomers. They are really hardworking. Okay, 55% of employees reported. Okay, followed by strong qualification and skills. Sometimes very hard to find skills, right? And willingness to learn and reliability. Okay, you think about this from organizational perspective, right? Those employees with strong motivation, strong work ethic, combined with high qualification and skills are most productive, right? That's the reason why the employees look at them. Okay, and I would like to hire more. Looking at this data also kind of interesting. Not only looking in the past, 48% of the employer hire newcomers, international students, but for those actually looking in the future, right? And even more in the next 5 years, 79%, and among those already hired newcomers, 91% of them planning to hire them again. So basically, this actually really dispels some of the myths, about, newcomers taking job, away from their local residents and so on. This is actually, there's no evidence whatsoever, from the national study, also from our local study here, right? And the reason why, the employers are so eager to hire newcomer international because, number one, they couldn't find that high-level qualification skill. The second is that, sometimes they couldn't find those local workers to fill the position. They're not willing to fill. Okay, so there are two kind of situations. So what we found, the high-level professional technical trades and also lower skill in production. So really, I think this survey, although it's still early on, but, demonstrate a lot of positive social economic benefits to employers, but also to the Newfoundland economy.
Thank you very much, Tony. So Lloydetta, I'd love to hear a bit more about your 20th anniversary. That's quite a milestone. So last year, Sharing a Culture celebrated that amazing milestone. And what have you learned from the growth and success of your organization that you could share with us?
Thank you very much. Well, we've learned a lot over the years. Primarily, we've learned that collaboration is the key. So Sharing Our Cultures collaborates with all three levels of government, academic institutions, organizations, ethnocultural communities. We have representatives who serve on our board of directors and the various advisory committees, because we feel that we all have a role to play in making our schools and communities welcoming and accepting of diversity. Communities where every child is included, So as we work together towards that common goal, I think our young people also contribute to the growth and success of our programs and events and projects. They have great ideas and positive energy. We have a post-secondary youth advisory committee, and they're amazing at what they're able to achieve. It's just great to watch them join their meetings and observe how well they organize activities for the high school youth. We had a project with the schools called multicultural classroom activities, where we go into the grade 6 classrooms and we deliver presentations on diversity, because we feel that that's a great age where we can actually engage them in discussions and helping them with their worldview of diversity and inclusion. And we've seen a lot of our post-secondary international youth go into those classrooms and share the experiential knowledge, and they've received great reviews from the teachers. For our grade 6 students as well, we publish cultural context. So cultural context is a collection of stories, poems, drawings by grade 6 students about their cultures. And this is distributed throughout the province. So each student will get a copy of cultural context to take home. So our goal there is actually to stimulate positive conversations about cultural diversity in the classroom, because the teachers use it as a resource as well, and the students take it home and they have those conversations. Because we feel that if we're going to build positive attitudes towards diversity, that we really needed to start with that age group, that grade level, because they're also exploring world cultures, but they don't always get an opportunity to interact with the cultures with which they're learning. So this gives them that opportunity to interact and learn from the high school. And of course, these high school students are learning skills. We meet with them, they enroll in the program in September in June, and we meet with them every week. And then we'll have about 4 skills development workshops throughout the year. So they learn public speaking skills, they learn project management. You know, they've come up with a theme. How am I going to put this all together so I can present it either at the rooms in March, or as we have expanded to the other parts of province as well. So we have the same programs that's run by local students and communities in Happy Valley, Goose Bay, Grand Falls, Windsor, Corner Brook. So these are areas in which we feel that we have learned so much just by the collaboration piece. Because when we go into the communities and we, talk with whether they're school administrators or community organizations, and they just embrace the program and the event, because a number of these communities have been increasing in their population of newcomers. So they have a diversity even within their own communities. So to be able to assist them in recognizing that these communities, these newcomers who come, bring a lot to their community, so that newcomers could be recognized and valued, and they can also have an opportunity to interact with locals as well, and they're learning for each other. That's the great thing about sharing our cultures, is that we've learned that the new cultures can learn from the established cultures and the local cultures, and together they have an opportunity to build their community and to feel that sense of belonging and acceptance in the community. So, I feel that we've really learned over the years that, collaboration, getting connected with the community, and giving young people a platform or space for their voices to be heard and recognized and valued makes for a great, successful organization and programs.
That's a wonderful way to summarize so many of the benefits. And I will end with to see if anyone wants to add anything, but just quickly to say what I've heard in a very short period of time, but a very rich period of time. Thank you. There's lots of benefits: social, economic, community, culture, employment. There's so much. I love the word intentionality. I think, Lloydette, I think you used it at the beginning. I love that word, but it takes a few things. It takes collaboration. I believe that, and I've heard that. It takes connections. It takes a shared vision and shared goals, doesn't it? It needs skills and education and training. It starts young, but there's a role for everyone, isn't it? But I do feel that there's, within this diverse set of perspectives and insights, you represent a wonderful face and stories about, I think, the positive future as we move forward around diversity and inclusion and multiculturalism. And I just want to say thank you so much from my point of view. I want to ask before we finish, if there's anything, one top thing you'd like to make sure you say, or anything that you'd add in terms of promoting multiculturalism.
Just something quick.
1 second, okay, no, Colin, and then Tony.
From historical perspective, right? From the inception of multiculturalism in the 1980s, you know, this policy has moved beyond on employment equity to, you know, shared citizenship to, the more community engagement and so on. You know, this is actually from employee perspective, I think it's more voluntary, right? You know, equity is legal requirements. Diversity is something we celebrate because it can actually enhance organizational objective, right? So multiculturalism is actually becoming a national symbol because we won a lot of support from general public. Look at the most recent popular opinion survey, 2017. Multiculturalism was actually ranked number 2 as national symbol, ahead of hockey, right? And you might be wondering which one is number 1. Of course, Maple Leaf.
So I don't know if, Colin, you can top that or not, but I think you had your hand up as well. What else would you like to, to finish? Any additional thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just say I'm really intrigued by all my panelists here, like Detta, Tony, and Pam for sure, because and I find it's interesting that we're also talking about youth and the value that youth have in this process, particularly for our province. And when Loretta was talking about the Youth Advisory Committee that's in place, I mean, it's something that I'm looking forward to having more discussions about, because ultimately this is about how do you really help a province thrive? How do you go forward? Diversity is a strength. I can speak as an employer that when I do hire newcomers to Canada, it's a wonderful experience. And I have newcomers in pretty much the majority of my 19 locations across the province. Certainly some more in St. John's, but not exclusive. I just think it's really refreshing to be hearing the aligned views, particularly youth-based, collaborative-based.
Yes.
And I think more of these conversations are definitely needed for our province.
Yeah, I love that idea about youth, and I think we should continue that conversation, and that could be a subject of a really wonderful webinar. So stay tuned. Maybe I'll consult on that with you. Lodetta and then Pam. I think you had your hand up.
Yes, final words. Yes. Someone has said that diversity is being invited to a party and inclusion is being asked to dance. But I'm going one level further by saying that inclusion is being asked to choose the songs that you dance to.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
I've heard the first two. I never heard that last one. So thank you.
Well, I just made that up.
Very good. I love it. Creating on demand. Pam, before we finish, final words or thoughts?
I do. And well, mine's a final story, I guess, a final anecdote. So I had someone come to me before we closed down, so back in February or March, and he said, whenever I feel homesick, I come to the market because I can always find a little slice of home there, but I also feel seen there, and I also feel respected there. And I think creating that community for all newcomers is such a vital piece of it, is creating a place where people do feel seen and heard. And that was just one of the most touching things that I could ever have heard from somebody about this market. So that's my story, but it speaks to the importance of creating a place for newcomers in this city and in this province that is a place where they can feel seen and heard for everywhere.
Yes, it's common for all of us too, is it not? Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I'd like to thank again all of you as panelists today, participants at the Virtual Diversity Summit. Congratulations again to the ANC for your leadership on that, and to Rogers for making this accessible. So important. All those factors go together to make successful and wonderful things happen. So thank you all very much.
Thank you to our great panel on the discussion about multiculturalism in business and community. We have really learned about how integral diversity is to this province. We're now going to take a quick break from the lively discussion, and we'll turn our attention to the viewing of our revered documentary, Home. Home is a 30-minute doc that tells the stories of newcomers in this province. This documentary was produced by the ANC in 2018. Please grab a bite to eat, sit back, and enjoy our film over this lunch break. You'll see me again at around 12:15 for our next guest speaker.
I came from Canada because we have war in my country, and everything in my life now I look just for my kids. I need my kids. He stay in school, he go for a university, he go maybe doctor, dentist, anything. I came here just for my kids because I live 3 years in Lebanon. My kids, he no have school. I look for a future my kids. I see something black for my future kids. Now I come here, my kids, he go school, like it school. Just I look for future my kids.
Actually, all the people I know from my country, they want to move to Canada. I can't bring all of them, but I hope to invite my mom or something. The people want, many people need a chance. And I think to be, there is equality here between people. That's something, it's really, really important for people. Because they doesn't care about if you're rich or poor. They doesn't care about if you're man or a woman. There is equality, just what you have, what you're gonna do. They support the person, himself, nothing else. And this something is really important for the new generation in Egypt. We need it actually. So all of them, they looking for a chance like this. They doesn't care about the color, the family, the money. No. It's really difficult especially for teenagers. Yeah.
I came Canada because I got a lot of problem in my country. I lost my job. I lost my home. I lost 2 children. That was after United States came in our country. Everything destroyed. I was working with the United States. I did many projects. Same my job, I am constructor. But some people don't like that. And they kidnapped me. And I paid money for them. After that, they told me I must leave my home. I left my home. And the UN gave me call and told me, okay, if I can to come over to the embassy Canada, because Canada accept me with my children. I was happy that time. And they told me, which province do you like? I told them I don't have any idea about anything in Canada, because I am not I didn't think anything about anything because I need just to stay with my family and stay in safety place or peace, something to protect my family. I need to live with in the city, quiet city with people quiet because I told you I lost everything in my country and I got shock in my like trauma. Yeah, just I need to stay to relax. And he told me he will send me for a beautiful place. And he sent me here in St. John's. I am happy here with with my big family. I mean here, big my family, Canadian people, Newfoundlander people, good people, nice people, because they help me all the time. I appreciated that.
Yeah, everything was a change. Everything was different than when uh, was I, right? The weather is different, the house is different, the culture is different. Everything was different, right? But after a while, you will be used to it, right? The biggest things was the big change was languages. That's big difference for me here in Newfoundland. When I came to Canada, I have no idea about the English. When I start here, I start from zero. Yeah, I had a good support, honestly. If I don't have that support, I wouldn't speak English now.
My children very happy because now he has different language. Before speak Arabic and little bit Turkish because I live in Turkey, and now he has English here. My children speak very well for English. Zainab and Al Hassan and Ali has now 4 language: Arabic, Turkish, English, and French. I am very happy here in Canada.
I came here and it's not all rosy. I've had the toughest time in my middle school between grade 7 and grade 8. Well, grade 7 and grade 8. I understood English, but I wasn't able to speak back in English. So it was really weird when the teacher would be teaching. I would write everything down in Burmese, translate it directly from English to Burmese. That was like my first month of trying to cope to that. And I had a lot of bullies, and it was weirdest way to find a bully. People were very friendly at first, and with my misunderstanding of English language, I couldn't pronounce the word Patrick, which is very weird because my fiance is Patrick. I couldn't pronounce the word Patrick, so I always said Petra, and that offended the school jock. named Patrick. And I have been made miserable by him for the entirety of my middle school, and I just hated him. And every day I just said, it's not end of the world. I'm gonna move to a different school. Next year, these people are very athletically inclined, so they're going to go to somewhere that has scholarship away from this shitty school I'm going to go to. So, but it happened. They didn't follow me, and I had a wonderful high school year. But that was like one of the darkest years of my life. It's just, for a child, I was very angsty. Yeah.
Me and my wife, 2 hours in day for college. We have teacher, she learn me language, but short time. Maybe any refugees, he go for different town or different city or big city. He have a long time for school. I learn language in my work. First time, but I start work. I look for everybody speak English. Everybody speak English. I don't understand anything. Next time I no go work. My owner call me, why you no come work today? I say, because I don't understand anything. He say, okay, you come. Maybe next time you know everything. After 1 month, my owner, he say, you stay in work with yourself. I say, it's hard. He say, yeah, it's hard first time. But you know me exist, you stay all your life, you don't learn English. I stay, but I'm exist. First time you take phone, you take order, you take address, you phone number, you send with delivery, and you make order. It's so hard. But next time, he go easy, easy, easy. Now I told my owner, thank you so much, because he makes this for me. Yeah.
The store that I had was, I'd say it was successful, And at first time, it was successful. Many people were happy when I had a store. Like my friends, my Filipino friends were there also. They were so excited, and they feel relieved and comfortable that, oh, it's not really a remote place here in Lab City because we can get all our ingredients for our cooking. And so now we can eat our foods that are authentic from the Philippines, So they were so happy, And yeah, most of the people also in Lab City were also curious about what is this store all about and what are being offered here. So it's the store was just a common point also, There was a common point for us, where my friends goes, my Filipino friends goes, and also the Canadians also comes in, and then they meet and we interact, natural interactions just came out, yeah.
See, that's very hard. This question is very hard to answer, and biggest mistake you can do is bring your culture back with you, because right now you live in a completely different culture than you do. For example, when I opened my restaurant first, I failed. I didn't do well. This was 14 years ago. Why? Because in the background was everything like my culture, my ways, and not everybody likes. Say, for example, I like rice. I can't just enforce you to eat it or whatever, like I just can't bring it to you. And that's what I done to my business. I brought a piece of my culture in it. Yes, some people loves it, some people try it, and but try to enforce it in people, that's when you lose. You have to take like, a little percentage of it to make it, to let people enjoy it. And in the meantime, won't be too much for them. It's a bit difficult to explain, but in the meantime, I advise everybody coming to Canada is to, first of all, know the culture very well, know what the people like and what they don't like, and try to really try to fit in. And in the meantime, keep your culture and all your ways and your beliefs inside you, and that won't change. And people will accept you the way you are. It doesn't matter how different you are, as long as you don't push it into other people. And and you have to learn from your mistakes before too. Like try to be open-minded, try to go on, and be nice to people as they're nice to you. Treat people the same with the same dignity you get treated, and things will go perfect with you. That's all.
And I take my nice traditional from my country and with nice traditional from Canadian, and I make my I make my mixed traditional between nice here and nice here. That's it.
This is when I born and I raised. This is my culture. Culture is traveling with you, right? Everywhere. If you are Canadian, if you go to other country, you will travel with your culture, right? But I'm sure I respect their culture here. Their culture is very nice and very nice people, honestly. Especially Irish people and British people here. Everyone has different culture, right? I like that, man.
For sport, I like soccer. First one, second one, I like basketball. Now good with hockey and other one, because one time I go for hockey, I go cold because he frozen. I don't know how people he stay in cold. Just I wait for he finish. I go outside.
Well, my social life right now is good. I'm not good at making friends, just bad. But like when I got here, like everyone was so nice. Like I had people approaching me, asking me where I've been, if I need where I come from, like if I needed anything, they were there. I haven't been to a lot of places around, so not really. But like just crossing the road and the cars will just stop for you, and I'm like, oh, this is nice. Yeah.
I think like that's I don't think Canadians and Americans, for example, I think Americans looks down in Canadians, and I don't like that at all. I really don't. Americans think they are much not better than Canadians, and I don't appreciate that, and I don't like it. And in the meantime, the rest of Canada looks the same thing in Newfoundlanders, and that's something I can sense it because I'm not a Newfoundlander, but I have friends from everywhere in Canada, as I said, and I see like people from the mainland, they don't really like Newfoundland, and they look down a little bit on it, and I don't really like this. And that's something negative too that I really don't like. Yeah.
Different culture in Iraq and here. For food, different. For clothes, different. But for medication or education, same, free in Iraq before when he Saddam Hussein. And now in Iraq, different government, not good. But here in Canada, good now because peace for me and for my family. And medication is good and education for children is good. I am happy. When I saw my children very happy, I am very happy. And I looking for my husband because my husband like job. He is good. When came to Canada, he got 2 tickets for extraction, and he got license for driver for big truck. I am very happy.
I will do the best I can to better the community while I'm here, because as I said before, I consider this my home, and wherever I end up, I consider my home, and I will leave this place better than I have come. So I have brought many positive things to Labrador to, expand Pride Parade. We brought our first ever in Labrador history drag night this year in Pride. And you're looking at the crown queen right here.
No, I haven't been called in for any jobs. So like right now, I'm just looking for a job on campus. I think it's a good start. Then I'll look for a job elsewhere. Because I think the main problem is I don't have any work experience from here. So I think that's why I'm finding it really hard to get a job. I have work experience from home. I worked for Haifa and I worked for a retail company. I applied for my first job around November, and I'm still searching, still looking. I haven't had any responses, so it is quite difficult. But I'm still hopeful.
And I need to tell something about Canadian people or the companies to help a refugee if anyone he came from any countries from Africa or Egypt or any countries. If anyone ask him to start to work with you, give him a chance. If he doesn't have experience here, he has a lot of experience in Middle East. I know here many procedures. Okay, you must do that. Okay, but must to help us because if you don't hire this person or these people who will hire these people? How can these people work and pay tax for the government? Why all the people just finish here 3 years or 2 years and left Newfoundland to live in Toronto, Vancouver, Alberta, because not anyone gave these people chance to work, to stay here. Please, we need to build Newfoundland together, and we need to build a big future and big community here. If we are working together, please help us, and when you help us, we will help you, because you will help yourself, because all the people will work and we will live together. But that's it.
Actually, because I'm in my country, I'm a lawyer, so it's hard to find a job here in Canada because they doesn't care about my education in Egypt, and they doesn't count my times there for work. So I have to study again. This is the problem, you know. I have to start again from the first step, which I mean I have to study something. I'm really proud to be new Canadian, and I would love to do something here because this is my chance. I'm here in Canada and I have to make difference. And I love the multicultures in Canada. Actually, I was surprised to see all of this kind of multiculture. And I love it. It's really, really nice and kind. It's really special for Canada.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I hope that you enjoyed the screening of Home, Stories of Newcomers to NL. I know I'll never forget the first time that I heard their tales. If you'd like to watch this video again and share it with your community, it can be found on ANC's YouTube channel and CBC Gem. We'll now bring our attention back to the enlightening discussions and hear from a friend of the ANC, Carrie Majid. She is the Executive Director and CEO of the Newfoundland and Labrador Human Rights Commission. Carrie believes that the Human Rights Commission and process plays an integral role in any discussion about access to justice, and that the most important role of the Commission is to educate the people of the province about the importance of and protection of human rights. Carrie is a lawyer with over 17 years of litigation experience, with the last number of years focused exclusively in the areas of human rights, employment, and administrative law. Carrie holds a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Waterloo and a Bachelor of Laws from the University of New Brunswick. Thank you for joining us, Carrie.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the Human Rights Commission, law around discrimination and harassment, and the work required to become truly anti-racist. First, I'll tell you something briefly about me. My name is Carrie Magid. I'm originally from Ontario. My dad is from Guyana, and my mom's family is Canadian. Ancestors are Scottish, English, and Irish. My husband and I, and he's from Colombia, moved to Newfoundland and Labrador in 2001 for his job. We've made it our home. Our children are born and raised Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. I'm a lawyer and I've worked at the Commission for about 10 years. I will refer to stories throughout my talk from my own personal experiences or from complaints we've seen at the Commission, other commissions across the country, or from the news. But I want to acknowledge the privilege with which I speak. I've been involved with social justice movements since I was a teenager. I didn't come to understand the privilege I have as an upper middle class, white brown Canadian lawyer. I was in law school over 20 years ago. It was a hard lesson to learn, but it has stuck with me since that time. What is privilege? It's not about labeling people as bad or racist. We simply need to acknowledge that it exists, that some groups of people benefit or don't have the same opportunities because of the negative stereotypes associated with the color of their skin. How often do you even think about your own privilege? How easily can you navigate through security at an airport? I know my Colombian husband does. He used to get stopped all the time going through customs, but he doesn't as much now as he carries a Canadian passport. Do you worry about getting stopped by the police in St. John's or elsewhere in the province, or followed in a store because somebody might think that you're shoplifting? I know Indigenous people do here. If you don't see it, you've probably got privilege. Privilege is invisible for those that hold it. I read an article recently that said Black people in the United States think about race all the time because they have to navigate their world in their own skin, whereas white people, or even people like me, have the luxury of never or very rarely thinking about it. The Newfoundland and Labrador Human Rights Act protects people against discrimination and harassment based on certain personal characteristics called prohibited grounds, race, ethnicity, national, ethnic origin. And it protects you in certain protected areas only. Going to work, accessing public services, going to a store or restaurant, taking a cab, or even renting an apartment. It does not protect people against racial slurs while they're out on the street. If that rises to the level of a hate crime, it could become involved. The Human Rights Commission administers the Act by investigating and resolving human rights complaints, educating the public about human rights matters. We're a small office located on Elizabeth Avenue in St. John's, serve the whole province. You can learn more about what we do at thinkhumanrights.ca. Follow us on Twitter at NLHumanRights. On our website, you can fill out an online application form or send an email to our intake officer on a file of human rights complaint. Or at least you can speak to someone who go over your options if you feel you've been discriminated or harassed in Newfoundland and Labrador. One last thing about our office. I've consistently asked for more funding to let us focus on the proactive education piece. This is most important. However, it's probably not going to happen anytime soon, but I'm hoping that the current awareness focus on anti-racism here and around the world might be able to strengthen that aspect of our work. For the time being, we do what we can, partner with as many community groups as possible. We know that there is no legitimate basis for classifying people by race. I suppose it might be normal, the world, us versus them dynamic, but how we choose to classify people is socially constructed. Race is a social construct that has one social function, according to Toni Morrison. That is racism. What is racism then? Individual belief that the races are unequal and that racial differences are real. These beliefs justify treating people differently. In Canadian law, we use the term discrimination, and it is defined as a distinction, whether intentional or not, which is related to certain personal characteristics. And it must impose a burden, disadvantage, or limit access to opportunities. We see many different types of complaints with respect to discrimination. Unfortunately, we see many overt cases of discrimination, whether it's online, social media, harassment. We had a case a number of years ago where 3 Innu men went into a hotel up in Labrador and were denied service and basically told to leave with very derogatory terms hurled at them. I've heard stories of people who have tried to rent housing, and as soon as they show up, they're told that the apartment is now rented. I've heard of stories, and we've had complaints of people being called the N-word at work. This happens here. We also hear stories of microaggressions, everyday racism, or as it's been termed, death by 1,000 cuts. I know this happens to me. I'm continually asked, where are you from? I know that's a bit of a stereotype term to explain what a microaggression is, but it's very apt. The assumption being that it's not possible that I'm from Newfoundland and Labrador, or even that I'm not even a Canadian. I have to be from someplace else. I've heard stories of people who have either anglicized their names because people can't pronounce them, or people will pick a new name for somebody and start using that because thinking that they're trying to make it easier for this person, but your name is such a personal sort of connection to who you are. Somebody doesn't even take the time or energy to try and learn to pronounce your name properly. That has impacts on people. I've also heard stories of people who are racialized who are stopped and asked for ID downtown when white people are not. Harassment is also a form of discrimination and is defined in law as a vexatious course of comments or conduct. So we do hear cases of racial harassment, usually intersected with issues of gender or religious harassment. For the most part, though, these complaints can be dealt with somewhat easily. Faced with a legal proceeding or a human rights complaint, increased public scrutiny, especially nowadays, or the realization that they really did something wrong, most employers move relatively quickly to apologize, get training, or change their policies. So our process, or human rights complaint processes across the country, don't have a good mechanism to try and ensure how committed these organizations are to real change. So really, we only know if there's a problem if the person comes back to us with further complaints. The bigger problem is dealing with complaints involving systemic or institutional discrimination. I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but just for the legal component, just to say that it is extremely hard to prove because it's much more subtle. And a case that I'm quoting from, the Canada case, says, discrimination is not a practice which one would expect to see displayed overtly. It is often subversive and subtle. This is the problem. It relies on an analysis of the data, policies, practices, and decision-making processes, organizational culture of these workplaces. That's extremely hard to prove in law. I've had stories of people who send out resumes, and you hear this, the study at MUN about this. If you have a exact same resume as a person with a Newfoundland and Labradorian traditional name versus a name that is a foreign sounding name, those people, white sounding names, are going to get interviews before foreign sounding names. In Canadian human rights law, employers and service providers also have a duty to accommodate to the point of undue hardship. Some examples of accommodations might be modifying dress codes for religious or cultural reasons, flexible scheduling, voluntary shift substitutions or swaps, job reassignments to allow for religious observances, multi-purpose prayer rooms on site, or modifications to other workplace policies and practices. What is not an accommodation is to accommodate the racist thoughts, beliefs, and actions of customers. I did hear a story about a restaurant in outside of the Avalon who had a temporary foreign worker working there, obviously not from Canada, and a customer said, to the manager, "I don't want to be served by that," and use a racial slur. So luckily, the manager, was proactive and said, "Well, if you don't want to be served by our worker, then I suggest that you leave." So that was good on their part, and they called us to talk about it because they were very upset by this happening. So to accommodate the racism of a customer is not acceptable in today's day and age, morally, ethically, or even in law. What is undue hardship is assessed on a case-by-case basis, but usually includes consideration of financial costs, how big the organization is, can you move people around, and any safety considerations, which is probably not appropriate in these sorts of cases. But my advice, in keeping with this discussion on diversity and inclusion, is to remove the underlying barriers in the first place, the racist policies, practices, institution, rather than put the burden on racialized people to seek a formal accommodation at work. Some examples of workplace barriers include in recruitment, selection, and hiring, and we know we've talked about this a lot before, is that foreign credentials and experience is not recognized. People say that if you don't have Canadian experience, that's not recognized. There is a thought that some coming from away might be overqualified because they're looking for entry-level positions while they might have a PhD from their home country. Sometimes people will avoid answering certain application or interview questions. There's also a very subjective assessment of what a right fit is. How do you even figure out what that subjective assessment is or how it's measured in an interview? Sometimes you hear stories of people who they feel their heavy accent may then put off people because, again, they're not the right fit. Like the employer might say, "Oh, well, no, my customers won't understand this person." However, the law is clear that as long as you can speak in understandable English, an accent should not matter. And another thing that applies here is the use of informal networking and local references. The same with the training in the development stage. So this is kind of taking you from recruitment to termination in the life cycle of your employment. At work, there's informal networking. Your parents know this person, or you went to the same university or the same high school, or you know these people socially, there's going to be informal networking that newcomers might not be able to access. There's a lack of mentors. And a lot of businesses, I think that in the abstract that they think that anti-racism is a good thing, they don't feel that they discriminate, but there's nothing explicit at their workplace to make it a reality. And sometimes you need to do that in order for people at the workplace to understand that this is a workplace rule and an expectation that it is meant to be followed. With respect to promotion and advancement in the workplace, again, there's informal networking. There's the use of acting assignments. So you get somebody in there in an acting position, they stay there. And they're more apt to get that job when it goes to a formal competition. Who gets those acting assignments? People that you know through your own informal networks. And the same thing with retention and termination. There are a number of human rights cases that outline how racialized people are, I guess, punished is not the right word, but disciplined, I guess, more harshly for the same workplace infractions, or are terminated for less I guess, problematic behavior than, say, others might be. And so that's something that we need to be aware of, that discipline is applied unevenly and that terminations are not based on objective criteria and are not communicated properly to those that you're terminating. No one likes to terminate somebody. It's not fun, but you have to make sure that you're very clear in the reasons why you're terminating objective criteria. We are happy at the Commission to see some companies calling us proactively to discuss the need to focus on diversity issues. Just a word about diversity and inclusion. I think it's important to talk about. I think that it's you might be able to sell the concept a little bit more with more neutral language like diversity and inclusion. My preference is to call it what it is. It's anti-racism policy, anti-racist work, rather than focus more on diversity and inclusion. However, diversity and inclusion in the workplace does encompass a whole lot of different things, not just anti-racism. So perhaps there's a way to include all of these, so that you're talking about not just racial issues, but you're talking about disability issues, trans issues, sexual orientation, gender, all of these different prohibited grounds, I guess for lack of a better word, need to be dealt with and accommodated under this rubric of diversity and inclusion. So we offer some employers some best practices. Like I said earlier, you want to be able to identify problems and barriers from the outset. I saw this one presentation where a woman was talking about how companies in the United States had said, like high-tech companies, why are we not getting more women? I know that women are graduating from, computer science and engineering at the same rates as men, but why are they not applying for our company? So they started at their job ads and looked critically at their job ads and said, are these reflective of actual work that we want to do? And so they changed them up and they were encouraged to see more women apply. The same with Google, I think it was, in the United States. They set up scholarships and training programs with the historical Black colleges and universities in the United States, so that there was a pipeline of quality, highly educated engineers, computer scientists that were ready, were diverse, that were ready to go work for Google. So they identified the problems and the barriers at the beginning and then tried to remove them. The leadership of the organization must be committed to change. You have to establish partnerships, whether it's with the Association for New Canadians, Anti-Racism Coalition, Memorial, whatever it is, our office. You have to get support and advice. If you don't know what you're talking about, find out. There's a lot of people here in this province that have real expertise in these areas. There's no excuse for not reaching out. There's no excuse for even admitting that you don't know the answer. Develop these partnerships and you'll get a better result. Get support and advice, I already said that. Develop strong policies and procedures internally. Dedicate your resources and respond seriously. If you just put up a thing in your kitchen, this kitchen said we're, committed to anti-racism and nothing happens, there's no resources committed towards it, people are not going to take it seriously. You have to continuously monitor and get training. You have to mentor employees. You have to follow up, feedback, and adjust. You have to think about what happens after there's maybe been an incident. Sometimes people call us proactively or there's problems. Sometimes they call us when there's been a problem. I don't care, call us. That's fine. I'm happy to have these conversations. But if you're calling us as a result of an incident, whether it rises to the level of a complaint or something that you realize you need to take seriously, think about what's going to happen. How are these people going to return to the workplace? The restorative piece. How are you going to repair the relationship so that it doesn't become toxic? And that is particularly important and something that people don't always consider. So the belief that racism doesn't exist in our policies, structures, and institutions in and of itself is a barrier to really addressing these problems. Most people think that racism didn't happen here in Canada or in Newfoundland and Labrador, or that it's solved, or that it's only an American problem. But we do know happens here. Systemic racism is including the policies and practices entrenched in established institutions which result in the exclusion or promotion of designated groups. This can play out in many, many ways. So let's look at some current statistics. Racialized people and Indigenous people have higher unemployment rates. There's a larger wage gap. They have higher child poverty rates. There is a disproportionate rate of incarceration and poverty, especially Indigenous people in Canada. There's lower rates of educational attainment, and there's an increased rates of racial profiling, either consumer racial profiling by the police or thesis or security at the airports. The Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission has done a lot of work on consumer racial profiling as a result of a human rights case that took place a number of years ago about a Black Nova Scotian woman, elderly woman, who was shopping at Sobeys. This is a reported decision. She was followed by the in-store security under the assumption that she was shoplifting. She was not. She was racially profiled at Sobeys. So the CASRA, which is the Canadian Association of Statutory Human Rights Agencies, and Newfoundland and Labrador, our commission is a part of this organization, has come up with an free online training resource. And so if you go to CASRA, CASHRA.ca, you'll be able to find this training program for national program for consumer racial profiling. I encourage you to check this out. So we know that systemic racism happens and that the impacts are widespread, especially against racialized people and Indigenous people. And we also know that there are changing demographics here in the province. We all think, everybody thinks that's a great thing. We need more people. The government is actively encouraging immigrant recruitment and retention. I know that when we moved here, I didn't see very many brown faces, only at Memorial University. Now, people are everywhere, and that's wonderful. Great restaurants, a vibrant music scene, dance scene, and people really want to have these experiences. So that's wonderful. However, there's also a lot of national students now at MUN that want to stay. However, I've talked to many who can't get jobs, and they're just not sure why. They try and try and try, and they just can't land full-time employment here in the province. And they want to know why. Not sure why. That is troubling. Now, it may be simply that the job market is tight here. That might be the case. But it also might be something else, something more systemic, something more insidious. And if that is the case, then that is reflective of systemic racism. The assumption is that you're not from here, you wouldn't be a good, even if you might be the best person for the job. At our commission, we don't have a very high number of complaints based on race, ethnicity, national origin, etc., but it is increasing, just slightly. I think that that might be for a couple of reasons. One, people might not know that you can make a complaint against your employer or a landlord or whatever it is at the Human Rights Commission. So they might not know that we exist. We're trying to do more in that area. I've also heard that some people don't want to file complaints because they're worried about a backlash against them or other members of the community when they're out working or they're looking for a job. They don't want to be seen as troublemakers. And that is really troubling because here in this country, you are free to raise a complaint, whether internally with your organization, your union, or with the Human Rights Commission, and not suffer retaliation. Another reason that people might not file complaints, as I said earlier, race-based complaints are notoriously hard to talk about, even harder in the court of law. A lot of people will just say, it's a feeling that I had. I can't explain it. The person looked at me differently after I said something, or I showed up I went online to put my resume in. They said, come in for an interview. And as soon as I walked in the store, the look on their face changed and they said, oh, sorry, we've already filled the position. So it's just a feeling that somebody gets. And that's really hard to prove in courts. So there's very little direct evidence. But also, there's very little social context is given to these cases. And the unconscious bias of those making the decisions, and who is making the decisions? Lawyers, judges, people who may not understand or acknowledge the existence of systemic racism and understand the implications and impact on people. So what is unconscious bias? Your family, your personal experiences, your education, your age, where you grew up, your societal and cultural context all have an impact on the decisions you make or your actions without you even realizing it. Our brains are hardwired to make incredibly quick judgments and assessments of people and situations, and when we do this, usually based on unconscious or implicit bias. I read a story about a news story about a project which tested about 700,000 people around the world and found that 70% of them had some preference for white people over black people. A simulation test in the same study that said that they were more likely to shoot an unarmed black person than a white person because they felt that the black person was more threatening. This is so much more timely right now. But this study was done a few years ago. Another interesting point from this study is that the results didn't necessarily match the people's stated values. For example, a woman whose mother was a scientist associated the sciences with men rather than women. This means that the bias doesn't mean that people will display racist or sexist behavior towards others. It's just that it exists without us even realizing it. Now, there is some debate about whether you can learn to counteract your own bias, your unconscious bias, whether this unconscious bias training even works. That's kind of the rage right now. I don't know what the answer to that is, but as far as I'm concerned, training and education doesn't harm us. Now, the only issue that I have seen is that by calling it unconscious, you're really taking the, I don't know what the word is, but you're really taking kind of the onus off us to do hard work, combat, by saying, well, I didn't know, I'm not doing it purposely. So I think we need to sometimes think about how we classify these things, how we define these terms, as sometimes labeling things as unconsciously done make it easier to kind of stomach. Ultimately, this issue is not going away. People are very interested right now. They want to know what they can do, how we can move forward. I went to the Black Lives Matters rally a few weeks ago. It was great. There was lots of people there, great energy, positive, people wanting to do something. You and us as community organizers and interested citizens need to figure out how to get government to make this a priority and to ensure a long-term commitment. Government must listen to you and must act. So what can we do about it? I read a recent book by Professor Ibram Kendi called How to Be an Anti-Racist. It's like the #1 bestseller on the New York Times list right now, because I guess with COVID and everything, people are ordering all the other stuff that's going on about racism in North America. People are ordering a lot of these books. So they're trying to learn more about some of these issues. So his book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, is really excellent. And he says that it's not enough to say you're not a racist, but rather you must be explicitly anti-racist. It is a verb. It means awareness and also action. You have to do something about it. We all must educate ourselves, understand the roles or the privilege that we have, express anti-racist ideas, that is, that no one race is better than the other, and advocate for change. You need to, even the stuff that I talked about earlier, microaggressions, unconscious bias, or even the phrase systemic racism. He challenges these and says they should just be avoided because they obscure the offense. Instead, you need to call it out as simply racist policies, practices, institutions. And he also says that calling somebody racist basically shuts down any sort of conversation. It's not as simple as that. So lastly, he argues in his book that you need to recognize that anti-racism means standing by, getting ready to fight racism's other intersections, with other bigotries, and that's from gender identity, poverty. But ultimately, it is about action and being anti-racist. So to end quickly, I'm going to, I read an editorial piece in the Ottawa Citizen by a person named Josh DeJango. I think that's how I pronounce his last name. Anyway, and I just thought I'd quote that because I thought it was really interesting about what we could all do. He says, victims of injustice don't need your wokeness. Need allies focus on making tangible differences. Those who recognize when there is a crime, restitution must include loss for the offender. Those who carry the burden on their hearts and join with us in our pain. Those who are marked by true compassion that spurs to action. Read a book, volunteer, fund a scholarship, pray. Admit your past mistake. Admit to understanding and having a compassionate heart. Acknowledge your privileges. Do something tangible. Allow us the opportunity to have these uncomfortable conversations with you. Continue to fight when the media moves on and you know it's going to, and it's no longer the fashionable thing. Invest in businesses owned by marginalized communities. Teach your children the beauty of diversity. Welcome immigrants and refugees into your communities. Commit to their success. Make xenophobic and racist language unacceptable in your home and workplace. Challenge your political and community leaders to make changes. If they don't, do it yourself. Elevate the voices of the oppressed and listen to them. To those of you who will walk away, know that we see right through you. Your words ring hollow to us and you have little credibility. Your fight is solely for the spotlight and for the praise of others just like you. We don't need that. We need you. To the few who will decide to sacrifice the privilege of walking away and choose to bind themselves to those who don't have the choice, welcome to the fight. We're glad you're sticking around. I thought that was a really great summary of just what we as ordinary citizens of this community all commit to do to make things better. So with that, I'll end. I know I'm on a recording, so it's hard to answer questions. However, please get in touch with me at the Human Rights Commission. General email address at our office is humanrights@gov.nl.ca. You can speak to me or to our intake officer, Elisa, about any of these questions. And I hope to continue this discussion in the future, and I hope that you enjoy this day of learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie Majd, for your insightful words as always. The NL Human Rights Commission plays a very important role in ensuring diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism in our province. We're now at the last component of the summit, a final panel, which celebrates the success of immigrant entrepreneurs in our province. We're joined today by a diverse group of business owners who will share their own stories. Moderator, Sanchita Chakraborty, founder and director of Bollywood Jig, and also a fellow diversity officer here at the ANC. Panelist Joe Teo, co-founder of Hey Orca, Gustavo Valoyes, owner of 1949 Barbershop, Minnie Nair, owner of Minnie's Family Childcare Center, and Eldine Husich from the Balkan Kitchen. This panel is sponsored by Fortis. I'll now turn it over to Sanchita.
Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear?
Yes, we hear you.
Wonderful. So my full name is Sanchita Chakraborty. I work with the Association for New Canadians as the diversity officer. And also, I kind of in the side, like weekend business, kind of, you can call me a business entrepreneur as well. I run a dance company called Bollywood Jig, a very cross-cultural dance concept that we try to bring into the community. And today, the reason I'm so excited to share this information quickly with you guys, I will be your moderator this evening in this event with the Diversity Summit 2020. And the reason I'm too excited because of you guys, my fellow entrepreneurs in this same community, same province of Newfoundland and Labrador, that widely expands all these opportunities for newcomers, for immigrants who comes with wealth of business ideas, innovation. And so today's program would be exactly on that, and having a group of such successful entrepreneurs with you guys and sharing this platform with you all, I myself feel extremely privileged. So having said that, why don't we start with a quick introduction with our panelists today. If you would like to introduce yourself, that will be great. So who would like to come first? I do see the names that we have here. I do know very well, all of you. Minnie Nair, I have Joe Teo, I have Eldin Husik. Thank you, Eldin. So I do see Eldin on my screen at the moment. So would you like to start with, Eldin?
Sure. My name is Eldin Husic. In English, I guess it's Husik, so it's much easier to pronounce it. I am the owner and the operator of Balcony Kitchen, a small restaurant here in downtown St. John's. We are on Cookstown Road. By the rooms, it's a beautiful day outside. As you can see, the sun is shining through our window. I've been here for a couple of years now. The Balkan Kitchen has been in operation for about more than 2 years, and we are constantly evolving, changing. It is a restaurant now. In the future, it might be something completely different, but that's the whole part. That's the whole fun about it.
Wow, fascinating. I've heard about that kitchen and that restaurant. It's awesome. So my next week, maybe after the work day schedule, I'm on it. Next we have maybe Minnie Nair. Miss Nair, would you like to go next?
Yes. Hi, my name is Minnie, and I have been in this country for past 10 years, and this is my homeland now. I run my own day home. I used to work in a daycare, but now I have my own day home, and it is called Minnie's Family Childcare Center. It's not because it's my name, Minnie, but because Minnie for small. I have small children with me. So it's like a mini nest for me. And I've been doing in this business for the past 5 years, my own business, and I wouldn't ask for anything better. I'm so happy that I chose to do my own business.
That is so cute. Sounds like it. Sounds like a bunch of cute little friends there you have in your team. Wonderful. So we'll learn more as we go with our event. Next, I have Joe Teo. Mr. Teo, would you like to introduce yourself and say a few things?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me on the panel. Really happy to be here with all of you. My name is Joe. I'm originally from Malaysia. I've been here for around 10 years. It's actually my 11th year. Came here in 2010. And after I graduated from MUN, I started a software company called Hey Orca. We are a social media management platform used by agencies all over the world, and even music artists as well use us. We serve around 500 customers all over the world. We're based here in Newfoundland, but our customers are mostly in the States. So, I think we are one of the testaments that you can build a global company, but still be in Newfoundland. So I'm really happy to be to call Newfoundland home, and really happy to be part of the tech industry here that is young but growing.
Wonderful. Sounds like something I can see there, Joe. A part in me when I started my program here with the Bollywood dancing, or rather sometimes some people prefer to call it Indian cinema instead of Bollywood. I prefer the same, in fact. And I can sense that performing art, that hunger of expanding your innovation, your creativity in a new place with newness and freshness. So my next question would be, and anybody can join me in this question, whoever wants to go first, if Minnie or Joe or Eldin, please feel free. So as we can see, like there's so many immigrants with such entrepreneurial spirit that they come in with these new ideas, new thoughts, I call it that invisible backpack, So why do you think that's the case? That's the case in this province, like you see such entrepreneurial spirit?
My take is like risk is not that foreign of a concept for us. I mean, to go from your home and to call another place home, it takes a certain appetite of risks. And the other thing as well, I think when you are coming in from a different perspective, you see opportunities that people if they live here every day wouldn't be able to spot. And you bring that diversity of thought with you. And I think like that's why a lot of entrepreneurs are actually, if you look at even the tech sector, if you look at any of the entrepreneurship programs, half of them are immigrants. And I would say like a lot of them, more than half would be international students. And I think it's just driven by this curiosity to discover. And that's what led us all the way here to Newfoundland to, explore something new. And I think like a lot of it has to do with, our background and that we've taken risks and, we're not afraid to take another risk if we see it as a viable path.
I totally agree with Joe when immigrants have more entrepreneurial skills, because when we come to this country, anyway, we adjust a lot. We accept and we do a lot of sacrifices. So to start a business, even if it doesn't go well, we are ready for the failures. But I think mostly it's a success when we start. Initial stages, there is a lot of problems, but I think as Joe said, a lot of diversity we put in, and we put in ideas from outside, and then here we go, we then start. And I'm glad that this province do accept us to our our businesses. It might be slow, but we'll reach there.
Yeah, great point. I would like to add something as well. Yes, the immigrants or outsiders always bring a new perspective to a place. The reality of Newfoundland and Labrador is slightly different with the rest of Canada, let's say, for example. There aren't that many jobs. We don't have a great manufacturing sector here. There's a strong service industry, so there are plenty of work in that field. But if you're doing something different, like Joe is doing, you are better off creating your own reality within reality here. So that is a very important element that immigrants do. They come here, they see what things are like, they learn them, then they adapt them, then change them to their own kind of liking. So we basically create a brand new reality to ourselves and to this place. And we sort of create our own work for ourselves by filling in the holes that exist in the existing reality here. So there is that. It's almost like you need to create your own reality, because you cannot really be a great Newfoundlander. We are all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians here, but you shouldn't really follow the ways that you find here. You should learn them, improve them, adapt them, and improve on them. This is what I believe that our greatest strength is in creating something new.
Yeah, just to add to Eldin's point, I think that's a really good point, where a lot of times they say innovation is necessity is the mother of innovation, right? Or something like that. But I think as immigrants, I mean, like to be honest, you're starting from nothing, right? You're starting from no connections, no friends, no maybe context, a lot of things like we have to learn on our own and build our connections from scratch. And because of that, the same thing goes with career as well. Is that, to Eldin's point, you have to have that mindset that you cannot rely on the system to help you, because you're already at a disadvantage compared to a Newfoundlander, let's say. But but the system here also do reward people, does reward, and I think this is what I appreciate, is that it rewards hard work, it rewards innovation, it rewards creativity. And I think immigrants, where we are able to take that risk and willing to take that risk, are able to create the reality that we want to see happen in the world. And that's why we have, all the entrepreneurs here on the panel. Bollywood Jig was from a vision that you had, and you made it a reality. And I think that's why it's inherent to us. And it's also partly a necessity in the sense sometimes that we need something to work on, and we started to find creative ways to solve that problem.
True, Joe.
Wonderfully said. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Minnie.
No, I agree with Joe. And with Eldon, what he said, sometimes we are at the advantage, we bring in more ideas, and finding job is hard. So we look into business side of it. But for me, I already had a job, so I learned the roots of the business and then started on my own. Wow.
Absolutely commendable. And, one thing, when Joe was telling me that part of the story of your side, I still remember one thing my brother always tells me, and I take that as a learning, for my own this entrepreneurial spirit, as I say it. When I graduated from the university, I used to ask him, or getting people often, sometime, as an international student, often you get a bit frustrated when the job market or, other workshops that doesn't really go according to your plans. So I used to ask I think I'm going to move out of this province. I have nothing here. There's nothing for me. My brother asked me one day, he made me realize this with this question. He said, I often hear from you, this province has nothing for you. What do you have for the province? And that question stick with me. That is where the majority of our thinking and our, collective thoughts comes in when we talk about this entrepreneur spirit, business side of us, all of us. So my next question, if I ask you all, again, feel free to answer whoever it suits goes with your stories and life history here. Your business ideas. So a fundamental part of any business is competition, as we all know. As you said, Joe, at that time, why I thought, for me, again, I'll share quickly, as a founder of Bollywood Jig, to me, that newness of Bollywood dance, that dance from overseas, not having many teachers who teaches Bollywood. And I do see a community who actually were looking for something new ideas, new dance forms, So I took that as an advantage, in this case. And although I started with only 1 or 2 students, but later on over the years, I think so far I have taught thousands of students, and hundreds of shows we have done. So I take that as a huge business, entrepreneur pride, when I say this, because I shared something that I had with the community. But then for me, the competition was a little bit less. In this case, though, how do you think that is that's the biggest competition or competitive advantage for your business, for your work that you do with your business? I have Minnie on my screen. If Minnie wants to go, sure, go ahead.
Well, there is a competition in this field as childcare, because people are all looking for the best childcare, even if it's a daycare or a child home. There's not many, the children are more and people ECs are lesser. But if you have created a positive outlook and you have given your best, there is no competition. I'm talking about myself. 5 years, I created a place for myself where I gained the respect from people whose children were in the daycare with me. So I did a lot of stuff. I went out of the way and did a lot of stuff for the children. I brought in a little bit of Indian education to it because I was a teacher in India. So I brought some of the learnings from there, mixed it up with the Newfoundlanders, told them our stories, told them our folk stories, folk songs, and things like that. And parents actually started appreciating because I was bringing my culture, and not just my culture, cultures from different parts of the world. Like, for example, I had a Jamaican child. I used to do Jamaican days where they could wear their clothes, they could dance, their music. Then I did South Africa Day, so they could incorporate the culture. Then I did an Indian day and a Bangladeshi day, a Pakistani day, a Sri Lankan day, different kinds, Irish day. So people started looking at me saying, okay, this girl is for here for business. Like, she is here for real, not just, she's not fake, she's here for real. So when I started my own business, I really thought that nobody would come to me because of my color. But the truth was, I have a wait list till 2024.
Wow.
I'm not joking, a wait list till 2024. And every week, I at least have 5 calls from people asking me, saying that, we have heard about you, can we put our child in? So this is my perspective. I don't know others, but I did really struggle in the beginning. I made a place for myself. I stood by myself. People believed me because I did what I was truthful from inside, no fakeness. So, and I love the children, love as if it is my own child. So then people believed in me, and there is competition, but I have no fear of this competition because I give the best. If you don't come to me, you are the loser, not me.
Fantastic. That's a very positive and very, I can sense a very successful, child care program that you run, I can tell. So who wants to go next? Joe, Eldin, you have anything to add with that?
I can go next, sure.
Sure.
I believe that if you look at the competition, you are doing something wrong. Competition is not necessarily there to give you stress, and you should not look at it. We're going back to the previous point. If you're creating something new, you're creating something good that contributes. And back to your brother's point as well, what do you have to offer? What is missing in this place that you're offering? Why are you different than somebody else? Why does somebody want to work with you or get your service or get your product? There's, the world is big. There's plenty of opportunities for everybody to try different things. Mm-hmm. People will go back to what they like. And if you're offering something that is truly beneficial to their lives, then you're going to have customers. That's no problem. It is very important to work on cooperation rather than competition. I have done, Balkan Kitchen has done work with so many other restaurants. These days we have pop-up shows where Balkan Kitchen goes to, let's say, Cicirun, or we have items from fabulous food selling in our place. So I think that's also very, very important to find a way to cooperate, to work with others. Flexibility is very important. You cannot be rigid in any business that you're doing. Again, you're learning the ways of the native place, you're adapting them and you're improving them. But that is your job. So you have to also be able to, you can focus on one thing and just go one way, but it's also good to diversify. So Balkan Kitchen is also a concert venue. We have shows here, we have music, we have kids talent shows, things like that. It's not just a restaurant because you can get food pretty much anywhere, but when you go to a place like, let's say, Bollywood Jig or Minnie's Kindergarten or Joe's Software Company, you're getting so much more. You're getting a bit of a history, a bit of worldliness, So competition really, the competition can happen between the people who are on the same level. So let's say there's 3 Balkan restaurants in St. John's, but there's only one. So you're only competing with yourself. You are only trying to be the best at what you can do, and you can do that easily. Again, the key words are cooperation, flexibility, social networking, and being a part of a community. You want to be connected with everybody. You want to make sure, yes, we are Balkan Kitchen, but we are here in St. John's, Newfoundland. So Balkan kitchen in Manila is completely different than Balkan kitchen
in Newfoundland.
Being a part of this place brings so many more benefits.
Fantastic. I absolutely loved what you said, that statement saying it's not about the competition, rather the cooperation, or, I think you're right. Any creative ideas, and to me, business entrepreneur spirit is a creative and very innovative individual ideas. Sometimes all it needs is that courage. So on that note, I do want to ask if Joe would like to add something on that, or should we move on?
Yeah, not too much, but yeah, I agree. One thing that we say here at Hiorka is community over competition. The two ways of looking at the playing field, right? But the pie is always big enough for everybody. And we should work on expanding the pie versus trying to get the small pie for ourselves, if that makes sense, because you would never capture the entire pie. The question around what's our biggest competitive advantage, I honestly believe that even though, let's say if we started off in Newfoundland with 0 connections, we have to remind ourselves that we have international connections that people here don't have. That is number one. A lot of times we see that as a baggage sometimes, coming here and try to integrate to a new society. But I think over time we appreciate the international roots that we have, and we are able to seek perspective from outside of, this province. The other part as well is international experience. I think we're very comfortable connecting with different types of cultures. And I think, sometimes when we meet other international people, we feel a little bit more at home, even though they're maybe not the same culture. Somehow there's a connection that we share this experience of coming to a very foreign land and going through the same journey, and we have our own battles, but we can relate to each other's battles. It's very different to talk to another Canadian and talk to them about your struggle because they can't really relate to it. And then lastly, I think it will be our immigrant perseverance or tenaciousness that inherently needs to be there if you are going to do something substantial. I just referred to Minnie's experience. Starting out, it's scary, it's not easy. It was probably very, I'm just gonna assume it was probably easy to give up in the early days. And when I started Hiorka, it was the same thing. But I always reminded myself that you're just pushing the rock up the hill, and obviously it's going to be hard because you're climbing up the hill. But once you're up top, the rock would start rolling down. And especially with a place like Newfoundland, reputation matters.
Yeah.
And when the rock rolls really fast, and you start not being able to catch up, with that rock. And now you have to catch up with demand. I guess I keep up with demand. So you have to persevere. You have to look at your international background as an asset and not a liability. I also have met people that see their international background as a liability, and go into a very dark place in the sense that I'm at a disadvantage. No, but you should take another perspective and say, this is your advantage. What can you bring to the table that is very unique when you compare with other people that you're competing against?
And the route is never a bed of roses. It has to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Never a bed of roses, but it's how you overcome those and reach there.
Absolutely. These are fantastic. I like the metaphor rolling. What is it?
I call it the rock of the boulder up the hill, right? It's a big rock just trying to roll it up. But
and the rock starts rolling.
It takes the earliest part is the hardest part.
Yes.
And we are staying in a rock, that. Our province.
That's true.
Metaphor. Oh dear, talking about the struggle and the
ups and downs, the challenges.
Yeah. Yes. So I'll tell you quickly one of my challenges here when I started my Bollywood jig dance here with the idea that I'm going to share this cross-cultural learning, And so I came up with this name, the Bollywood from Overseas, and jig is our own Newfoundland's jig. So I put it together and here we go. The message is clearly out there. However, the challenge became one day when my best friend from Twillingate and from Buren when they asked me, hey, you want to go for cod jigging? So to me, I just learned jig means dancing. Jig means the musical part that we call it musical jig or dancing. You mean, so to me, the culture shock was, you mean cod jigging? You mean fish will be dancing? And what is it? I didn't know. So later on, they're like, no, it's the jig means you're jigging the cod, you're catching the cod. So I think we all have our own, those funny incidents in our lives. So let's move on. I have a question now for, I'm going to ask this maybe to our, I'm going to start with Minnie, if I can.
Yeah.
We'll start with you. So as a childcare operator, you're perhaps the most, you perhaps had the most unique introduction, or you introduced your clientele, the children and the families there with your heritage and foods as you talked about, and teaching them some part of your culture as well. Let's say the subcontinental culture that we have out in South Asian land. So with these, your heritage and the food style, the food habits that to your childcare menu that you provide, what have been the key benefits for you? And second part of that question is the children in your care that you are serving or you're helping, you're taking care. Do you see any kind of like anything that is day to day you find can be challenging for you to integrate?
The food?
Food-wise, yeah, let's say food or culture-wise.
Well, when a parent comes to me, I have a contract and I have the menu. So in the menu, there are some days that you have to have Monday breakfast, lunch, snacks, breakfast, lunch, so every day. And
Okay.
I do not use anything frozen, tinned, or any kind of junk. There's no juices in my daycare. There's no chicken nuggets, nothing like that. So I'm very strict on the diet part of it, because if I could change one child to eat healthy, I feel that I have made a major change in this world. So it's all healthy food, organic, healthy food. I try to do my best. If I can get organic. And water is compulsory for my children. They have to drink water. There's no juice of any form, and no tinned, no frozen. I get up early in the morning and cook my food. So in the menu, I have certain places where I have incorporated Indian food. Like I have butter chicken, naan bread, rice, and things like that. And I add my spices, but it is not hot.
Okay.
It's not hot. Spices doesn't mean it has to be hot. So I have my cumin powder, my turmeric powder, and things like that. So when the parents see the menu, they keep asking me what's added in the butter chicken. So I tell them like turmeric powder gives you an immune system, creates an immune system. I use only coconut oil or olive oil. So this is good for, these are the health benefits. And surprisingly, my parents have always accepted that menu. Like it's not every day, but it is on few days. For example, if I cook spaghetti, I add a little bit of turmeric to it. So it is like an Indo-Canadian or Indonesian food. So turmeric powder is there in everything because I want the children to grow up healthy, create an immune system. And I put a lot of herbs, even if it is spaghetti or mashed potatoes, there's a lot of herbs, Indian herbs and some herbs from here. So they got the taste of it. So now when they come in the morning, they ask me, is there paichi chicken? Paichi chicken? So they love it. They love rice. And surprisingly, my parents also love my samosas, my food. So they're very happy about it that the children are trying different food at the very low age. So when they grow up, they accept people. And I have not found any parent having any problem with the color of the skin or with the color of the food. They are perfect. And my children, thank God, cross my fingers, children are absolutely, like in the beginning, yes, when they see spaghetti yellow color, yes, but as days goes by, they are perfect. They're okay with it.
Brilliant. It sounds like you are actually introducing some really good food habits there because
because the children may not be staying in Newfoundland. They have to fly out, so they are getting used to it.
Right.
So, yeah, it's for different food.
You are opening up their taste as well.
I'm giving them wings to fly off.
There you go. There you go. And I'm sure you do know that turmeric is one of the superfoods.
Yeah.
Turmeric and coconut oil, which is great for our diet. Yeah. Brilliant. Minnie, you're running a successful program. I can absolutely see that. And my next question, if I can ask that to Joe. So Joe, your company, Hey Orca, am I pronouncing it correct?
Yeah, it's hey, like you say hey, and orca, like the killer whale.
I like that.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So has its tagline, right? World software served with NL hospitality. I get to learn that while reading about your website. So can you talk about this slogan, that how it was shaped by your experience as an immigrant to this province?
Yeah, so we serve most of our customers are in the United States. And so when they interact with us, I think one of the biggest things that they are struck by is basically how polite and kind everybody is at Hey Orca. And one of the things that we really wanted to promote, I guess, this province and the country more is really lean heavily on the Newfoundland aspect of the company. Now, a lot of people try, when you sort of like talk to other people, they will tell you to, hide your Newfoundland roots if you want to do business somewhere else. I think we're a testament that you can do a global business. We have customers in New York, LA, Seattle, Atlanta, and they don't really care where we are, but they actually love that we're in Newfoundland, or have that kind of culture, because it's so different from like your normal customer service that you would get in the States. And so we lean really heavily on this Newfoundland brand and be able to bring the province to other people through our work as well. And I think in terms of like how my immigrant perspective has shaped this, I think it's more so appreciating different parts of different culture and where we call this home. We definitely want to be proud of where we're coming from, where this software is built, and where these brains are located from, right? Like, people need to know that this software that's being used by so many companies around the world is actually built right here in St. John's. And, it's to be able to appreciate the diversity. And so we always tell our customers, we're served with Newfoundland hospitality, world-class software, because we're competing on a global stage. But then again, our secret sauce is really the Newfoundland hospitality that we come to know and love here.
Such fascinating stories you all have. My goodness, this is awesome to learn about. Finally, so I have next question is for Eldon. Eldon, we can all agree that the restaurant, the food industry is like extremely competitive, be it Newfoundland province, be it province, our neighbor, Nova Scotia, be it even Ontario is like even bigger competition. We know that. So we can all agree on that the restaurant, the food industry is extremely competitive, and the profit margins is also tight. So, excuse me. So to what do you attribute your success in operating the Balkan Kitchen? This place?
Again, going back to the uniqueness aspect of it all, a Balkan experience consists of a meal, a story, a joke, and a song. So when you come here, we will tell you a story from the Balkans, let's say about one of the oldest bridges in my hometown, Mostar. We tell you a little bit about the history of that place. I will tell you a couple of jokes because our sense of humor is completely different, very dry and sarcastic, very much like British style. I also play music, so I will at the end of the meal do a traditional song, or an original song, or a cover song. So you basically get the whole experience. I believe that you eat through your eyes, through your ears, through your nose, of course, through your mouth as well. But if you go to a place where you just have a meal, whatever that is, whether that's Indian food, Italian food, Balkan food, or it's a great meal. Food is always good, especially if somebody actually takes care about it and makes it, its own profession. So just the food itself is very important, but providing a little bit more than just like Joe was talking about the hospitality that we are known for here. So creating that whole experience, and I think that's why people do come back again.
Mm-hmm.
And again, here in Newfoundland, we're connected with each other so much more. So when people coming here, they feel very relaxed. This is a very relaxed atmosphere. We have a sofa, we have games, cards, board games, or whatnot. So people can come in and just relax a little bit, talk, and hear something new. So for a moment, you enter here, you almost go to a different environment because the music is completely different to you, the smell is different, people are different, so you get that whole experience. A lot of people, we had so many people walk in and just kind of walk out, because they didn't know what to do, what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
They were not ready. So this is not for everyone, not Indian food, Balkan food, or any experience. Bungee jumping is not for everyone. Yet bungee jumping companies make a lot of money.
Right.
So you are providing something that is very unique and something that opens the heart, the mind, and the belly in my case.
Right. You guys are, you know that I'm a silent learner. I'm stealing all your ideas here. I can see that how food is a great ways to. Now the problem will be for my dance classes though, that I have to add to bring many more students, to encourage them more. So I think food is.
For example, we can have a Balkan kitchen at Bollywood Jig.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
There you go. So you guys,
I'm visualizing
like that. The cassava of the St. John's Barber Shop is a friend of mine. So cooperating, creating these things,
Exactly.
Doing something together, that is our advantage. One thing that I wanted to announce here, and it's not really a part of my question, but I do think that we need more connection.
Yeah.
Just immigrants, but I think people in general. I believe that within the City Hall, St. John's, there should be an organization called First Step. All of us should input our information as entrepreneurs, businessmen, artists, software developers, it doesn't matter. So there should be one big bank of information about all of us, so that when the next one comes in here and wants to open a business, wants to open a dance studio, wants to start a chess club, wants to be a musician, wants to do some IT work. So he goes to that office within the center and says, listen, can you connect me with these people? Yes, here you go. Go here, go there, do this, do that. The reality of our life, the logistics are always a nightmare. Getting all the permits for food, for electricity, for garbage disposal, things like that. We don't know. As an immigrant, I had no idea how to recycle things, what my garbage day was. I mean, these are silly things, but very important. So I think if we were all connected a little bit more, we need something like Facebook, but for our needs rather than our desire. So you can go to one place and say, this is my problem, and they can point you to the right direction.
Yeah, yes. And Eldin, you know what? This is totally, I 100% agree with you. A connection, the world and the time and the age that we're living right now is the networking.
Yes.
With the world, connecting with each other. Look at this whole pandemic. This COVID-19 taught us that we're actually one, it's like a one whole gigantic nation. We're all on the same page. So we're in the time now, almost time to wrap up. So I have one more quick question for all of you. Please feel free to jump in. What is the one lesson you wish you knew when you began your entrepreneurial journey that you would want to share with other immigrants? So today, people were listening to you guys and learning from your ideas as well. that other immigrants thinking of opening their own businesses. So one that quick lesson that you wish that you knew before, or that helped you along the way, that you want to help others as well.
I can go ahead.
Sure, yeah, Minnie, go ahead.
A few things I want to tell the immigrants before they start a business. Always do a business that you know about it. For example, if Joe is making $1 million a year, doesn't mean that I can go into that business and I'll also learn, because I have no idea about IT. Mm-hmm. Or I see Eldon making $2 million. So tomorrow I wrap up everything and I say, okay, I'm going to follow Eldon's cooking. It doesn't work like that. Mm-hmm. Whatever passion you have, you run behind it and do that business. Doesn't matter, you don't earn that much, but at least you know the reins of the business. You know how the business runs. Like if Eldon wants to open a childcare, maybe he may not be successful, even though I might be earning more than him. But I hope I'm earning more than him. But that's one thing. What happens is people see, okay, Minnie runs a childcare business. Why don't we all do it? It doesn't work like that. You have to have a passion, a real passion for the thing that you do. It's because there will be downs. It will be downs at the first place, and you just leave it. Okay, I don't want to do this. I'll start another business. It doesn't work like that. Mm-hmm. And the second thing I want to say is, when you come in as an immigrant, for example, I come from India, or somebody comes from Malaysia or China, don't just stick with those people from that particular country. You need to make connection. You need to spread out your wings and learn the local thing. You have to respect your culture and the culture that prevails here. You need to respect your people, and then only you can respect the people here. Otherwise, a business cannot be run. Many immigrants find it hard to branch out to the other community. That's one lesson I learned here. As soon as I came here, I jumped into the community. I made friends, made connections. So then only you will know where to go, whom to approach. Like how Eldon said, you need the connection to approach people, to know people. Where can you get your resources? Where can you get help? If you sit at home and just mingle with your people, okay, I'm comfortable, it's not going to work. And then don't be afraid of your language, your pronunciation, your name. Everybody is respectful here. So if you say that, okay, this is the way my name is pronounced, people will agree to it. You don't have to change. I know a lot of people who have changed names to get jobs or to get business. I don't think so. You need to do that. That's my view. You don't have to do it. And any immigrant who wants help or need help, I'm always there for them. From any country, it doesn't have to be my country, any country, I'm there. And I'm trying. I do a lot of things for, Sanchita knows, I do a lot of things for students, for people. I try to connect them with various jobs and all. I try my level best.
You do, yeah. Connection. You try to help with connections. That's great. That's very important. Sure, Joe. Should I read the question again, or?
No, I got the question. Yeah. For me, it's I guess this is general advice as well. Is that you're gonna make a lot of mistakes in life. I haven't stopped making mistakes, and I think it's just part of life. I think the most important thing is to understand that there's the past, the present, and the future. Now, our job is to forgive our past self for the mistakes that we've made. And then our job in the present self is to learn from those mistakes and make decisions that our future self can look back and be proud of our past selves. So past, present, future, understand that mistakes are inevitable. You can go two ways. If you made a mistake, you can either beat yourself up, or you can take that as a learning opportunity. And right now you have control. Well, you can't control the past, but you can forgive yourself for the past, learn from it, and make a decision that hopefully your future self can look back and say, I'm proud of past Joe for making this investment or making this perseverance to persevere in my business. So, mistakes are not final. Mistakes are just time to learn, and you're gonna grow stronger as a person. But you just got to move forward, but learn from the mistakes, but forgive your past make the best decision for present and something that your future self can look back and be proud of. So that would be my my parting advice.
Wonderful. Last but not the least, Eldon, last word. Few words from you on this.
Thank you. I would like to say that I personally enjoyed listening to you guys so much. You have been so inspirational to me. Thank you, Minnie, and thank you, Joe. You as well. Well, I think that one of the most important thing is to find yourself first. You really have to know who you are, what you want. This is going back to Minnie's point. When you have a strong foundation of yourself or your own preferences, desires, work ethic, morality, a lot of different elements. And then when you know yourself, you can go from there. Now, don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't go at it alone. Don't go in and thinking, yes, I can do this. No, ask for help. Let everybody else help you. Let other people do their work. We have marketing and advertising, whatever it is that you need for your business. Let other people do their work and pay for that. Pay for their expertise. You cannot do things alone. Don't think, yeah, this is easy. I can do this. I can do my own site, my own this, my own that. No, there's people who can actually really help you grow exponentially. So this proper investment, when do you pay? When do you do things yourself? Recognizing things goes back to my previous point of knowing yourself. So know your strength and work on them. And what you don't know, ask for help. And you will get it and be ready for it. And finally, on a personal level, you should also know when to give up.
Sorry, say it again?
You should also know when to give up. If things are not working out for you, if you're constantly hitting the wall for whatever reason, whether you're not communicating well, whether this or that, rebrand, change. This is back to Joe's point. Your past is not your future, it's not your present also. All these things are interchangeable. In my personal opinion, I realized I was a professor of marketing for 10 years in South Korea. Prior to that, I was an officer in Yugoslavian army. I was a tank commander, and now I'm a cook. But I realized that I want to be a rock star. I know it sounds funny, but I play music, so I perform music around town for people, for guests, and I actually make more money playing music than I make in the restaurant. And I think my heart is representing the Balkans, but I don't think my heart is really in the kitchen per se. I love making people happy. I love communicating. Food is one way of communicating with people, but my true passion is not there. So I'm transitioning my business into something else. We're going to have a multicultural cuisine here. The Balkan Kitchen is cooperating with other kitchens to bring their own food here and do something out of here under the name Balkan Kitchen. So it is very important to know yourself and also realize that along the way yourself will be changing with your business, with the place, with your co-workers. And I think the true courage is to accept yourself for who you are. Don't go blindly at it. I must make it in my business. I must do this. No. The world is big and there are so many opportunities. Whatever is not working out for you, change. If you don't change, people will change you.
Yeah. Wow, this is very eye-opening and extremely, I'm sure, just like myself, many of our other newcomers, entrepreneurs, people who will bring ideas and also already have ideas that to do more with their, innovative ideas here in this province. I'm sure they're going to learn many things from all of your ideas. Minnie, Eldon, Joe, I don't know how we can thank you guys, because I think if I can take away two things, I would conjointly say this, that as Minnie said, borrowing, like she brings this experience with her. You bring your ideas with you from your, pre-migration, and then you're implementing those within this post-migration in your own province now. Joe, fantastically, you are saying that, respecting past, present, and future, very important. The other great lesson that Eldon, you are giving is also to know that when to maybe give up or change or be prepared for failure as well as success, and I also want to say this to our community here in this province, that we also have a responsibility, that is supporting our locals.
Yeah.
Each other. That's how we create the connection. That's how we strongly stand as a community together. I think that's all we have today.
And thanks so much for all your great questions and moderating.
Thank you guys.
Enjoyable.
No, I think.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. I do appreciate your time, all of you, Minnie, Joe, and Eldon. Hopefully our path will meet again. But this is a great lesson for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Shukriya. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our wonderful panelists who are entrepreneurs themselves for rounding up this diversity summit by sharing your own stories in business. Before we end this event, we will hear from the Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Labor, the Honorable Christopher Mitchell-Moore.
On behalf of the provincial government, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Association for New Canadians Annual Diversity Summit and to congratulate you for adapting the event to ensure public safety while providing a channel for networking and learning. Thank you for the opportunity to bring a few remarks. Increasing immigration, diversity, and multiculturalism is vital to building a brighter future for Newfoundland and Labrador. There are many benefits of fostering support and diversity for newcomers in our communities, including innovation, creativity, and economic growth. I commend the Association for New Canadians for your leadership in bringing together many individuals and organizations working to enrich our province through increasing immigration and celebrating multiculturalism. It is crucial that we continue to build on the strong partnerships between our organizations. The work we are doing together will play a key role in the social, cultural, and economic growth of the province. Over the last 2 years, over 500 public servants took part in intercultural competency training to learn how to make frontline services more inclusive. We have also partnered with organizations such as the Association for New Canadians to promote intercultural competency training for employers, schools, and communities. We have partnered with cultural groups and organizations to celebrate holidays and commemorate important days. And we have also promoted the benefits of immigration in our communities. And we look to the future. I look forward to our continued work together as we promote Newfoundland and Labrador to prospective newcomers. Our efforts highlight the valuable contributions these newcomers make to our communities and to promote the benefits of increased immigration, diversity, and multiculturalism for all of us. Thank you to the Association for New Canadians for hosting the summit and all of you for participating today.
Thank you, Minister Mitchell-Moore, for being with us today. Everyone, that brings us to the end of our Diversity Summit 2020. We hope that you enjoyed the day and were able to learn and grow through the multitude of perspectives and discussions from the event. We'd like to send a very special thanks to Rogers TV and especially the Corner Brook location for hosting this event for us. We'll be posting a recording for the full event in the coming days. If you have any questions about ANC's services or specifically diversity training for your organization, please write us at diversity@ancnl.ca. It's been so great being with you today. Once again, my name is Renata Lang, a Business Diversity Officer with the Association for New Canadians. Thank you for attending our Diversity Summit 2020. Goodbye for now.